Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale of March Mascot Madness 4. It is day 8. We have the final 8 games of the tournament for you. And again, this is not actually the first matchup. The first matchup is going to be Duke taking on Connecticut. This was the thumbnail matchup. This was going to be the thumbnail matchup, was Duke in Connecticut, but I didn't feel it. In my heart, I just couldn't. I was like, oh man, do I really believe in this matchup? Look, this is probably going to pull more views, more eyes, more whatever. I probably should just do that anyway, but I don't want to. I don't have any interest in it. You know what I mean? Like, I look at this and I'm like, The tags are still going to be the same. The teams will be in there. It's all good. But that's what we are doing today. We have the final 8 games for you. We'll do the entire Elite 8. We'll do the Final 4. We will do a third place game of the 2 losers of the Final 4. And then we will crown a champion that, please, Lord in heaven, is not Louisville. Please. I'm asking for so little, and you continue to just not give me that. If Louisville wins again, I will retire them from the tournament. They've won 4 of the 6. That's not fun. That's not interesting. We'll sub in like Sam Houston State. They have a fun mascot as well, and hopefully that will lead to a little bit of variety here in the tournament. If Louisville loses, still might retire them anyway because they would have still won 50% of the tournaments, and that, again, not fun. It's not fun. Okay. Let's jump in. Actually, here, let's get you caught up. I gotta pull up a tab. I'm actually running a smidge late today, but that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna get this done. We're gonna get this figured out. The bracket prediction wise is still up in the air, which is actually pretty nice. We've had tournaments before where the bracket is just like it's done by this time, but we have some movement that is possible, and let's run you through it. The Elite 8 matchups are as follows. We'll have Duke, Connecticut. We'll have Louisville taking on Arizona. We'll have the matchup you saw in the thumbnail, which is Alabama and Maryland, and then we will jump into Arkansas and Iowa. There are 3 key games here as we jump into into the Elite 8. Duke is a key team. Louisville and Arizona are a key team, and then Alabama is the lone champion pick standing. They are playing Maryland. That Arkansas-Iowa game, just for fun. Just something for us to enjoy and watch together. I am one of 2 people who are locked into our position. We have the Bitchin' Baylor Baddies in first place. I didn't explain that very well. Sorry, let me start over again. We have the Bitchin' Baylor Baddies in first place. They have 35 points. They were able to leapfrog Untitled, who had a pretty incredible first couple of days, but took some big hits in the subsequent days and kind of crushed their bracket. So they were able to leapfrog with Duke. Duke's victory was key. And also Maryland, I didn't realize, was a really big important part too, because if like Duke had won, they were still behind. But if Maryland had lost and Duke had lost, they would have, like if Maryland had lost yesterday in the Sweet 16 and Duke lost this first game against Connecticut, then they would have finished at least as high as second at the time. So it's interesting that the Maryland, the pick that I wasn't paying super close attention to because I'm looking at the Final Fours, that's what's going to propel them to potential victory. They have 35 points, a score potential of 59, and they are currently in first. Untitled, who dominated throughout most of this run, is locked in at 34 points. They are currently sitting in second place. I think they can fall as low as 4th, maybe? No, 3rd, I believe, with the potential points that I'm looking at. I think that's about it. Maybe it's 4th. They have 34 locked in. Had a really good first couple days, like I mentioned, but just the blows just kept coming for them. The Gonzaga, I think, lost in the first round. Baylor was a late, like they lost Gonzaga, then Washington, then Baylor, then Texas, and nobody really worked for them the way some of these other brackets has. Ryan Sucks is in 3rd place. They have 31 points with their with the lone champion pick alive. They have a score potential of 87, and Alabama is their team. They need them to win. I mean, getting to the Final Four would be big for them. They have the clearest path to the final. They don't have to worry about anybody else's team. And Alabama is one of the few teams that's actually beaten Louisville, but they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So Louisville would beat Alabama in the final. So that's kind of interesting. But the only person that has Louisville in the Final Four is I'm Going to Win. They have 25 points currently in 4th place. They have a score potential of 33. East Tennessee State was their champion pick. They lost them. Louisville is a pick for them to get to the Final Four, which is why that score potential is so low. But they still have a team in play. They could finish as high as third. They could finish as high as third should they, like everything just kind of hold where it is. But they win Louisville. I'm not explaining this very well. I'm maybe more tired than I realized. We will win eventually, maybe. Has an outside shot to actually pick up first place. They're going to need Arizona to knock off Louisville. That would be a big help. They would need Alabama to fall, and then they would need Arizona to beat Duke in the Final Four, and they would be able to max out a score potential of 45. If Duke makes it to the finals, like Duke and Alabama make it to the final, that could create a very interesting final matchup where winner would basically determine who wins the bracket challenge. So that's very interesting. But we'll see if we get there. I'm glad that we have so many games still. There's only 2 brackets that are locked in with their points potential, and we have matchups between teams that are big importance here late in the tournament, which is what I want to see. Okay, with all that being said, thank you for sitting through that. Hopefully it was clear and concise. Probably could use maybe a brief run through before I just start talking. Let's jump into to today's matchup. We have a fun little thing here. Let's make sure this is on top so you can see our matchups of the day. And then you'll notice, this is a little bit shorter, so let's put something kind of fun down there. Why is that? Oh, it's because there it is. That's the problem. I was like, I did all the math and everything makes sense. There you go. Enjoy the WKU mascot Big Red devouring a cheerleader. That photo's so funny to me. So, all right, let's jump in. Game number 1, Duke and UConn. You know how it is. We have a top 11 matchup. That is good. That's what we're looking for. All-American 10 minutes from the press box. Have I tried Pontiac College Classics? No, thank you. I play this for mascots, and I don't even play it. I just watch. We'll be back next year with another one. Stay tuned for more content throughout the week. Baseball later tonight. Taking on the Cleveland Guardians. UConn wins the tip, and they are off. Oh, almost stolen away by the Duke Blue Devils. Duke had a nice victory yesterday where they had a lot of steals and a lot of blocks. Created a lot of havoc for the team that they played, who I'm blanking on, so I'm going to click on the tab and talk while I do that. Memphis really struggled in that game. UConn beat Penn State to get to the Elite 8. Duke takes an early lead, 2-0. Working with a little bit of backcourt pressure. We have a couple of teams here in this final. We almost had a third team in Ohio that tended to use a full court pressure, but they fell to Alabama. That was a big win. That was a huge win for Alabama. In overtime, they took over in that overtime period, Alabama did. But we do have a couple of teams who use the full court press. We're going to see it a lot from Louisville. There's a huge 3 from Duke, running that play to perfection. And UConn takes the ball from the baseline down 3. I'm going to be very curious to see how Arizona stacks up with Louisville. They got kind of the breezy game of yesterday's matchups, where they were ahead like 27-3 at halftime, and that is not a joke. The University of South Carolina came out and scored 3 points in the first half. Oh, they have another 3-point shot. It's deep. It's a little bit short. UConn up the floor with the ball. Quick passes inside. Number 3 gets it blocked on the hook shot. That's something Duke has been very good at, getting hands on the ball. I think it took Memphis a while to even get into the interior. Oh, that's a bad foul beyond the arc. It took them several possessions, I think, to even not turn it over or get it blocked. Duke also seemed allergic to the paint early in that game as well. Oh, it was just a 2. So the deep 2 free throws. Regain the lead or push the lead to 3. We could have a very interesting matchup in the Final Four should Duke and Louisville emerge victorious in these rounds, with a couple of teams that run a full court press. Maybe they'll be better prepared for it. I am shocked that that was not blocked. The defender was in perfect position, but he went over the dropped shoulder. And Duke is off to a hot start offensively and a pretty good start defensively. It's a little bit different because they're not quite as dominant, but their offense is playing very well so far. 9-6, couple minutes gone here in half number 1. It's a hard foul inside, and Duke will go to the line to shoot 2. Oh, leaving it a little bit short there. My ideal Final Four matchup, and I know I'm not supposed to, I'm a commentator. Oh, there's a good steal in the backcourt, by the way. I'm a commentator, supposed to keep neutral parts, be a neutral party. Ideal Final Four would be Duke, Arizona, or Louisville. That's fine, because that's a bracket pick either way. Alabama, and then the last one doesn't matter. That way there's a pretty good chance that there would be guaranteed at least one bracket pick in the final. But like if UConn wins, if Maryland wins, like, oh no, that would be unfortunate. But I'm happy with how the brackets have worked out. That free throw was left a little bit short. UConn gets the offensive rebound, but can't get the tip in. Would have cut the lead down to 1. Would have been 3 points the hardest way. And if you miss your opportunity to fill out a bracket, you'll have a chance next February or so. They'll go live. They'll actually most likely go live around February 1st. I usually let them run for the month. And then tournament play starts on Twitch and then gets posted on YouTube. 3 is a little off the mark. Duke up 6 here. I have been giving two diving players looking for the ball, but neither of them come up with it. It's weird that they can't perfectly dive to the ball. They either dive short or they slide so far that they go out of bounds. That's a a deep rejection. Somehow got that through 2 defenders. What a break, or a good bounce for Duke there. Lost the ball, still able to pick it up in the backcourt. Got it blocked, got the loose ball again, and were able to put up the shot through 2 defenders for points. I have been genuinely considering making it a longer... It'd be the same amount of time, and it would take up the whole month. Hook shot is up, but it's no good. So I'll likely be doing spring training as well. I'll also be trying to cut out the 5 best games throughout the tournament, as that's stolen away. That Alabama-Ohio game will probably be pretty good. There's 2 Alabama games that have been very good in this tournament. And not just because Alabama won. It's a nice find inside. There haven't been a ton of really great games. There's been games that have been really good and then just fallen apart at the end. Michigan State is one that comes to mind immediately, where Michigan State had a shot, they just ran out of bounds. Oh, they have it. It's actually a good defensive rotation by UConn down low. Oh, we got him off his feet. Trying to drive inside, kicks back out. Wide open 3 is good. Buries it. That is really good. On both sides of the ball. You had great rotation by UConn. They almost gave up a pretty easy layup or dunk in the paint. They were able to eliminate that play, but it's great vision and passing by Duke to get the ball around and finally find an open shot. Well done by both teams. Duke won that round, though. 18-11 as UConn responds with a couple of points. Oh, they're running it again. 3-point specialty, and that one is off the mark. The putback, though, blocked out of bounds. It'll stay Duke ball, and Duke is getting a lot of these bounces go their way, except for that one. They're going to throw it forward. Spin move. Off the right hand and good. That's a nice play. Connecticut 6 for 12. Duke 6 for 10. Oh, they have it. They have him again. Not at that time. Missed the wide open look, but got the one with a defender right there. At 3 points. We'll push the lead out to 8, 21-13. This Duke team is a powerhouse in this game. I don't know exactly how they've finished in some of the other games. We've used several different games for these tournaments. This is technically tournament number 6. We've used 05, 07, 09. But it gets weird in some of the later games where some of the mascots are available and some of them aren't. Oregon is the team that's missing. There's another good team that's missing as well. I want to say it's Cincinnati. It'd be one thing if it was a team that like wasn't a popular pick. About 2 bounce passes inside normally works very well for the offense, but it's stolen away, and Duke with a beautiful fast break right there throws it up ahead, and a nice easy layup puts it at 12. 25-13. Duke looking like they're going to be steamrolling their way into the Final Four. Spins, contact, draws the foul. Basket's left a little bit short, and the Huskies will go to the line to shoot 2. First free throw is good. Second free throw is good as well. Oh, I don't know why Duke... That is Duke basketball today in a nutshell. They made a poor decision and they still got rewarded with it because it bounced their way. I don't know why they threw it so far down the floor. There's no reason for them to do it. The shot is short. They're going to end up getting the ball knocked out of bounds. What a bizarre series of events. The second time Duke has come up with a loose ball that they probably shouldn't have had. First time they were able to turn it into points. Shockingly did not step out of bounds. But Duke just threw that ball so far down the floor. UConn had really good defensive positioning, just couldn't come up with the loose ball. The circus shot no good. The rebound timed poorly. And that gives Duke an opportunity for another one at the rim. The contact draws the foul, and Duke will shoot 2. If I didn't know any better, Duke used Blue Devil magic on this PlayStation 2 to allow them to win. Stolen away by the Blue Devils. Pushes it forward, smartly pulls it back. I like both ways that was played. It was great defense by Connecticut. It was smart offense by Duke. And great defense by Connecticut wins that round as they're able to turn that into a fast break. And cut that lead down to 9. See if UConn can get some... I'd love to see UConn get some defensive stops here that turn into offense. Just a couple of them. They obviously have a ton of time. But if they can come up with some of these loose balls, they can turn this into a more competitive game. Duke has gotten a lot of bounces go their way. That is a dangerous pass deep inside, but finished nicely by the UConn Huskies. I thought it was actually going to be a little bit too deep. We tend to see the players finish with their dominant hand, but they're like turned and they throw it into the bottom of the backboard. There's another turnover by the UConn Huskies. They smartly pull back to beyond the perimeter to await reinforcements. Bounce pass inside. Oh, you can kick to the corner for the 3, but chooses not to. Not sure if UConn has it. There it is. Okay. Oh, that's blocked at the corner. It'll stay UConn ball because that Blue Devil went out of bounds to get it. So even if UConn had somehow touched it last, there you go. Smartly let it go out of bounds. These are the kinds of possessions I'm talking about. UConn's got to come up with... really needs to come up with some points here. Put the pressure on Duke. That's tipped. That's stolen away. We're going to try and run the fast break. Ooh, it's a nice bounce pass. Love the way that was run by the Duke offense. The defender had the pick. They come up with an offensive rebound, and This UConn team does seem a little discombobulated on the offensive side. That's blocked. Just took a long time to let that ball out of the hand, and excellent closing speed and length from the Blue Devils defense. Or defender. That's a big three. That's a real big three. Hand in the face and everything. Thought it was going to be another block, but instead it's a made shot. Lead is 6. 28-22. Duke having one of the better first halves. They're about to hit that 30-point clip, which is very good, except for UConn blocks the three-point try. It's one-on-one. Jump step and left it short. The defender was just annoying enough. There's a deep three for UConn for Duke, off the front iron. No good. And we will head to the second half of play with a 6-point game. Duke with the ball, though. How did he get that through? How did he get that through those defenders? That looked like it was going to be a block shot. We've seen Duke block so many shots. There's a three for UConn. Splashed. (30-25). It's a good start to this UConn half. They don't have to live by the three, but doing a good job at least kind of staying peskily in the way. Excellent response by Duke. Push that lead right back out to 8. I'll put a little pressure in the backcourt. Maybe pestering is the better way to phrase it. Oh, that's a tough shot. They get it to go. They're going to run it down inside, wide open. Pass was a little bit slow. Kind of a good hard foul there. At least make him earn it from the line, and made sure that they didn't get the three-point play opportunity. Oh, left the second one short, so a benefit there for the UConn Huskies who come away with the rebound. Looked like they were going to try and be aggressive, getting the ball up the floor, but they elect not to. There's a big shot, and they bury it. Deep 2. Cuts the lead to 5. 34-29. This is a great start to the second half. It is a pretty solid first half. I mean, UConn's done a good job. There's a nice block. They've gotten some nice steals. They've had some good defensive rotations, some good defensive plays. It just sometimes on offense feels like they're a little erratic with the ball, careless with the ball. That's a huge foul right there. They're going to go for a three-point opportunity right here as the basket is good and the foul. UConn down 2. But it's been interesting watching because this defense has been good. Duke's gotten a lot of bounces to go their way. How does Duke respond when maybe some of those things don't do what they're looking for? Oh, there's a corner three. You can't leave that open. Clean look buries the tray. Duke responds to a three-point play on the other end with a three-point shot of their own, stolen away by number 15. And that's what we're kind of talking about. UConn's made some good runs. They've gotten it close. But there's just been like one or two really poorly timed errant passes. And they haven't done a great job at times. There's a nice steal. They haven't done a great job at times of taking turnovers like those and turning them into points. They just kind of delay the extra points that Duke's going to get. That is blocked by the Duke Blue Devils. And they are off for a slam. Thought the defender would be able to get in position, but no such luck as it's jammed home and Duke pushes the lead out to 7. Connecticut had it down to 2. Blocked. Spin move. Defender. Oh my goodness. That's the Duke defense. I mean, that is Duke's defensive bread and butter. We saw it against Memphis yesterday. Just 2 possessions, 3 possessions. It's an excellent response to the 3-point play with the foul and 1 to push the lead back out to 5. You get a steal that leads to a fast break, easy buckets. You get a blocked shot that leads to, oh my goodness, you get a blocked shot that leads to a fast break, again, easy buckets, and you come up with an offensive rebound that you probably shouldn't have even had, and you're going to go to the line to shoot 2, though they do miss the first free throw. Left it a little short on both of them. That's a big break for the UConn Huskies. They have to try and figure something out here. There's a nice move to get some position and jam it home. UConn with plenty of time. Just try to keep within striking distance at this point. Like, hey, if you can get it to where it's just a couple of good defensive possessions, you can allow lapses like that to happen, but you have to be able to respond on the offensive end. Bounce pass inside. Oh, you can kick to the corner for 3. Really delayed on that shot. Left it a little bit short, but the offense rebounds the ball. It'll stay UConn. Stay with UConn. It looked a little dicey as it was going out of bounds. It was a Husky chasing it down. Good job to get it out of some traffic. Oh, center can kick it to the corner for 3. Instead makes a move, and Circus shot up and in. Good response by UConn. Oh, there's a good miss forced by the UConn Huskies. Quick passes inside. That was a terrible finish off the bottom of the rim. Working around for that 3-point shot. Actually, it was very delayed, but they end up coming away with the points anyway. 10-point lead with 5 to go. If Duke wins, we'll guaranteed watch them 2 more times. Oh man, that's 2 interior plays that UConn, 3 interior shots that UConn has not been able to come up with points on. 2 of them right off the bottom of the rim too, which is really rough to watch. That flipped up and in. UConn's made 3 fewer shots on 1 extra attempt. Looks like they're trying to set something up there. Good pressure inside, and they're able to break through and get some points. UConn's been willing to feed the paint. Duke's had a really good answer for it for the most part. Duke on the other end can't put it away. Feels like they've been lights out inside, but not able to come up with that one. Kick to the corner. Float pass, and terrible pass. You can see it coming from the press box where we're sitting. It's too easy. Almost stripped away again. UConn not really. There's another one. It's terrible. The dive is short. It's a free and easy 2. And the Duke Blue Devils starting to run away with this one. UConn, they were that team. They were the team that I talk about so often. They're down within like a reasonable stretch, I would say, of like 5 to 10, somewhere in that range. They were able to get it all the way down to 2 or 3. They just couldn't get over that hump and kind of fell apart beyond that. Pardon me. Blocked on the inside. Authoritative block. Kind of mean. Tipped and stolen away. UConn at least trying to make something out of this. If you can get it down to 6 here in the next minute and a half, oh, that's not good. I'd say 2 possessions maybe. If you can pick up, I don't know how much you trust your deep game, but if you can pick it up, if you can get it down to 5 or 6 points in the next, by the minute 30 mark, maybe have a chance. Maybe 5 points by the minute mark. If you go with a later intentional foul strategy. First free throw is good. Problem is they're down by 14. They missed one of 2 free throws. Timeout by Duke, looking to ice this game. And while they do that, I'm going to blow my nose. We're getting one of those weird double replays. Oh no, the shot didn't go in. Did Duke do that weird thing? They threw it down to the middle of the floor for no reason? Are they going to let UConn back in this game? Every once in a while, the teams just make like a really bizarre choice. All right. You are down 9 points with about 2 minutes to go. You have the rebound on the missed 3. This game is not over yet. You have a minute to get 4 more points. Oh, and they got that weird glitch. See if they can... There's a big 3. Got it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. UConn? UConn? Two quick passes inside. Center had a little room. Defense out of position. Over pursued. Kind of a weird situation there. 8-point game now. UConn's going to take a timeout. Smart timeout. I like that timeout at 1.5 minutes. Oh no, okay. That was unnecessarily dangerous. We've seen Duke create 2 turnovers for themselves with that. UConn running a double center look, by the way. Floats it inside. Mid-range 2 is good. Lead back down to 6. Now, I hope that they don't foul. It's going to probably depend on how fast Duke takes this shot out of bounds. It'll stay with Duke. Oh, it's stolen away by the UConn Huskies. Uh-oh. Oh, blocked. That's a huge block. That is a key block. Oh, my goodness. Oh, stolen away again. No, it just got bopped. It's a loose ball, but picked up by Duke in the backcourt. Inside. Oh, they're going to start fouling. I would have liked to have seen them play it out. It's only a 2-possession game. I don't think you can give them an automatic 2 points. However, they have been pretty good about... That was a kind of a dangerous pass toward the backcourt line. One more inbound pass steal attempt. No. They'll go to the line to shoot a 1-and-1. First free throw is good. Would have liked to have seen UConn play out that possession a little bit longer. It's only 2 possessions. You had a good opportunity that you kind of blew with the steal. You got the ball away from Duke again, but they've been able to get on those loose balls pretty well, which is surprising considering that Huskies are dogs. They love chasing balls. UConn has to come away with a 3 here, and they have to do it pretty quickly. There they go. They initiate the play. Kick to number 21. 3, got it. Four for 8 from beyond the arc. 7 for 12 for Duke. First free throw is good. Duke just has to make free throws and force UConn to make 3s. That second one's a little short. Timeout. UConn. 59-53. A 3-pointer would be huge here. Don't necessarily need a 3. You just need to be able to put positive, like, plus points on the board, which they can do. They can trade a 2 for 1. That's a way deep 3. Heat check 3. That's a real bad shot. That's a terrible shot. And that was going to be the time. That was the time where they really needed. Oh, no. It was a bad shot from UConn on the 3, but that was why they needed that 3 in that spot, because once you get to 10 fouls, it's an automatic 2 free throws. It's not a 1 and 1. It's like the double bonus plus or whatever the heck it's called. UConn put up a fight, but some key bad moments are going to leave them a little bit short. 61-53 our score here. And Duke solidifies that we will have at least one bracket pick in the championship game, because we have a big one coming up next. 61-53 verified that the winner is Duke by 8. UConn put up a great fight, but they just didn't quite have enough to get all the way back. A couple of times, like twice, they were within 2 possessions and then just fell apart. With the Duke Blue Devils, who have been in the finals, who have won a tournament before, back in the Final Four. We are going to Louisville, taking on Arizona. The Wildcats crushed USC, and Louisville, I think they dominated their opponent as well. They won by 8. Texas put up a pretty decent fight against them. Texas actually led that other game, which is kind of weird. Arizona Wildcats taking on the Louisville Cardinals. The Louisville-Texas game was very weird because it was like Texas led and it was real good, and then all of a sudden, in like the blink of an eye, Louisville led by 6. It was like, well, what happened? What happened here? All-American 10 minutes from the press box. We're watching game number 2. It's a big game for will win eventually, maybe, and I'm going to win. I think can max out with these points here if Louisville were to win, because that's as far as they have them going. That would propel them to 3rd place, and that would be where they would end their run. For will win eventually, maybe they need Arizona to get to the finals to have a shot at taking the championship, because they have a score potential of 45. If Arizona is able to win here and able to beat Duke in the next round, which will be after the short break. Oh, good. Louisville got a block. Excellent. Great. Good start for Arizona. Nice kick. Left that a little bit short. Louisville. There you go. Arizona's got to get out on the break. They have to take advantage of Louisville misses, and they can't have really dumb turnovers in a consistent manner. I do think that Louisville is a team or a play style that wears teams down over the course of a game. I don't know if like composure is a stat in this game, but it feels like some teams get off to good starts against the Louisville Cardinals and they do like okay, and then it just wears on you the fact that they are like constantly all over you. You're like, hi, I would like any sort of space in the next 2 hours. Arizona, though, off to a good start, and Louisville responds in kind. But should be a deep 2. Oh, they're going to call that a 3. Louisville has some of the hardest feet to look at in the game. They are so big. Arizona on the first time they have to deal with it. Okay, I couldn't even finish the sentence. Did a pretty good job breaking through that defense, but unfortunately caused a turnover in the front court. Hard foul there for number 45. 52 will go to the line to shoot 2. First free throw is good. Louisville leads by 2. Second one rattles around the rim 355 degrees before it drops. Rolls around the rim. Almost stolen away by the Cardinals. Been able to get up to the front court pretty easily. That's a 3 that's a little errant. I don't think that's exactly who you want shooting that 3. They don't have that 3-point specialty sticker. Louisville a little long off the back iron. Arizona thinking about pushing the pace but slowing down. Second team foul already on Louisville here in the first half. I believe just another reach in. Those cross-court passes are really dangerous. Louisville's getting hands all over him. Number 20, deep three off the back iron. No good. The putback's no good. They get a third chance at it. Slammed home, and Arizona cuts the lead down to 1. Just moving the stick back and forth. Arizona got a hand on it, but couldn't come up with a loose ball. Actually, good place, right time by that Louisville offensive player. Driving inside, blocked at the rim, and Arizona out and running, but probably will slow things down. It wasn't even like they kind of chose to do that. The hitboxes did not allow the Arizona player to move up the floor. And it just moved the left stick around and weaved the player through the defense there. Arizona takes the lead 6-5. A bit lower scoring if I were to guess how I would have predicted. I thought that Louisville would. He's freaking out. He's freaking out in the paint. Help him. Okay, there we go. I'm sure they'll put out a patch to iron that out later. Blocks on the hook shot. Both Arizona and Louisville got off to kind of hotter starts in the first half of their team's games. Louisville was not the fastest start, but once they got going, it was all Louisville. Arizona though got maybe a little bit, maybe not as good a start as you might want to think. It looks better than it was because South Carolina was so bad. Arizona, 3 the hardest way. No, 1 for 2 and 2 shots at the rim. Can't go. Oh, Arizona. They dive so short of the ball. Tipped and caught by Louisville. Shot left a little bit short as the center was in the area. Tight game here through the first 4 minutes. Touchdown apiece. That's a dangerous pass. There's a nice jam. Turned and slammed. Arizona with the lead by 2. Neither of these teams might play a very fast-paced game. Find some room off the screen with a hand in the face. No. Both players going up for the rebound. Missed it. Third player in the area finally got it. Stolen away by Louisville. Arizona's been pretty clean in that regard, but throws it away that time. Jumping spin pass across the floor. Kicks it back. Three-pointer is up. It's off the iron. Far side iron, and it is no good. These are key possessions for Arizona. Those misses don't allow Louisville to set up what they want to do defensively. Nice job creating a wide open look, and it's Arizona by 5. If you're a Louisville hater, please don't feel hope. It will only make it worse when they win. Uncharacteristic mistake there by Louisville, who steps out of bounds. Arizona dangerously working that backcourt line. Mid-court line right above. I don't know exactly. What's the correct term? Oh, three-pointer is blocked. Stood there kind of dazed. Center drives in. Off the glass and good. Arizona blocked again. Louisville on the fast break, just kind of, Arizona's defense kind of just let that happen. Spin moved and slammed. 4 straight points for Louisville, cut this down to a 1-point game. Into that double team trap, corner trap. Trying to work it around, drive inside. Fading to his right and buries the jumper. Ooh, stolen away by Louisville. Rare turnover in the backcourt for the Arizona Wildcats. And it's 15-14. So big run here. It was 12-7. Oh, stolen away again. Three is up, three is good, and Louisville is on a monster. I think 9-2 run. 9-2 run, maybe 11-2 run. Arizona getting aggressive, trying to get the ball up the floor quickly. It's tipped and knocked away again. Arizona knocking some free throws down to cut the lead down to 2. Louisville did survive an injury in the last game. I thought that might affect them a little bit more. I think it did in some regard. I don't think they were quite as crisp as they typically are, but they were able to weather that storm and get the victory to get to the Elite Eight. Tough shot is made right on that baseline. Nice turn and 4-point lead. Arizona getting into that real dangerous spot. Left it a little bit short on the shot. Under 2 to go. Louisville's kind of doing what Louisville does. It's an 11-13 point run here for them. They've outscored them. They were from down 5 to up 4. There's a big 3 for Arizona. Slices that lead down to 1. Those types of shots are going to get real important as we move through this game. See if their defense can get Louisville back out of rhythm. They were kind of able to survive a bit of a slow start. That's a nice pass inside by Louisville. Bounces off the rim and drops for 2. 22-19. Oh, fouled on the shot. 5th team foul for the Louisville Cardinals. That could actually lead to a problem. It doesn't typically lead to a problem in the first half. The team fouls usually settle themselves down. However, they will make substitutions for some of their players, and that could lead Louisville to having a bit of a different offensive output. But we will see. Because I'm sure there was a substitution there for the player who picked up the second personal foul there. 2 quick passes inside. Hard foul on the interior. That should lead to a substitution for Arizona, as they are the only person who has a foul on their team. 2 personals, 2 team fouls. Louisville 1 for 2, and they do indeed make a substitution. Almost stolen away, but right place, right time for the Cowboy Kitties. Oh, stolen away. They were trying the 2 quick passes, but it didn't work. Instead, Louisville quickly up the floor the other way. There were 4 Wildcats in the area. There were 4 Wildcats right there, and they came up with nothing. Try and get it forward. There you go. Bounce pass inside, jammed home. Is it more of a pirate hat? Might be more of a pirate hat than a cowboy hat. Oh, bounce pass inside. Oh my goodness. That cat came out of nowhere. Fast break the other way. Slices through a couple of defenders and gets a nice friendly home roll. Bop, bop, swish. 25-24, final seconds of the first half. Louisville, I believe, going to have first possession of the second half. Heat check 3 is left short. And the Cardinals start with a 1-point lead, 25-24 here. Now, unfortunately, if Louisville wins, we have to watch them twice. If Arizona wins, we get to watch them twice. That is a terrific start for the Arizona Wildcats. A steal on the opening possession, leading to an easy 2, 26-25. Arizona back in front. This Louisville Cardinals team is facing easily their toughest test. Oh, you got to throw it inside. There's a 3, but it's blocked. It'll stay Arizona ball. Oh, nice job getting the feathers in the way. Oh, Cats versus Birds. Quick passes inside. A little bit of contact. We get a foul on the second attempt. Louisville will go to the line to shoot 2. One for 2 from the line, and that gives us a tie game at 26. Defensive foul. Another reach-in called on Louisville. They had a few of those early in the first half. It's a little hook shot, but a little too strong. Louisville with a good box out there. With defenders all over them. It doesn't, I don't know, it just seemed like it was dangerous pass, a lot of traffic in the area. Even when the teams, like when the players are double covered, it's like hard to believe that they're going to miss the shot. They make it so frequently. Both teams got off to an exciting start here in the second half, but slowing down a little bit offensively. That's an easy bucket. Stolen away, but I believe blocked on the interior. Shot is missed, so Louisville just holds on to a 2-point lead. Could have been a big swing. They're going to get the backcourt violation anyway, so Arizona making some bad decisions here on consecutive possessions, but they get the steal, and they're going to turn it into a fast break. It's 1-on-1, pulls back to wait for reinforcements, and then we get another foul here on the Louisville Cardinals. Second reach-in of the game. Sweet feet moves in the interior. Got to kick it out to the corner. Oh, that was just not a good shot selection. There were 2 defenders all over them. It was bad ball movement as well. There were a lot of Louisville Cardinals in the area, and somehow that shot's good. Oh, there we go. A little alley layup off the backboard. And it's 30-28. Oh, stolen away by the Wildcats. Let's see if they can fight their way through for a three-point look. Not really. Louisville did a good job. It looked like he got cluttered in the paint there. There's a float pass inside. Turn it, no good. Could not get the basket to fall. Quick passes inside. Foul. No basket, though. First free throw is good. Left the second one short. Oh my goodness. That is a huge play for the Arizona Wildcats for them to not execute on. Multiple chances at the rim. They're lucky that it wasn't a foul called. That might be it's out of bounds again. Arizona is doing everything they can. There's a turnover. That is the longest single point possession you could ask for. They are going to get fouled on the other end and go to the line to shoot two. Second personal foul for number 34 as Arizona leaves it a little short. Second free throw, though, is good. We do not see a substitution. So 31-29, both teams going 1 for 2 on their last couple free throw attempts. Quick passes inside. That's got some defenders in the area. Going back to the rim. No! Again! They're getting so many shots. Louisville with 2 or 3 shots on the last couple of possessions alone. Each of the last couple of possessions. Put it across the floor. Arizona pulls back, gets a screen. Trying to find some room, trying to find anything. Kicks it. 3. Got it. Got it. 32-31. It's been a hard-fought, good game so far. That is a friendly roll. Louisville back out in front by 1. Oh, that's the pass. That is the passing animation that is the scariest. Oh, oh my goodness. It was nearly a backcourt violation. It was nearly a steal. Arizona with a real tough time getting it up the floor that possession. Oh, kick it. 4-3. Deep. Heat check. Got it. 35-33. 4:37 to go here in the second half. That's just bad defense. That's really bad defense. The defender was right there in everything, and just the offensive player went up and they did not respond. Arizona's been really good about getting out of the backcourt. A couple of diving attempts. Driving inside, looking for the basket. Got it. 4 straight points for Louisville. They retake a 2-point lead, 37-35. Some key blocks. That's a big whip down the floor. That's good aggression. That's what you want to see. That was something New Mexico struggled with against Louisville earlier in this tournament. They would break the defense. They'd be able to get it up the floor, but then they would just sit and wait, and then they wouldn't get any points. Be aggressive. It's a 2-on-1. There's a 3 for Louisville. No good. Rebounded by Arizona. 37 all here as we approach the 3.5-minute mark. But that's good aggression by Arizona. It's a 2-on-1. Make them pick. Nice find inside to regain the lead. 39-37. If you can break the Louisville defense, you get the numbers advantage inside. You're not working with the fastest players, but you do force that defense to commit to one player or the other. Float pass in. Double team comes. Hands up. Fights. It's a tough shot, but it comes off the rim. No good. Ideally, the midcourt spot is where Louisville wants to create the most turnovers. They get a lot right at the baseline, but the backcourt violations are shockingly common. Looking for some room. Great defense by Louisville. Arizona tries to find some room inside into a double team under 10 seconds on the shot clock. Looking for any kind of room. It's blocked and smacked out of bounds. 5 seconds remain. Making a substitution. They're going to have to get a shot up. It's blocked. Turned over. Not a great possession there for Arizona. They do burn some clock, which is good. I don't really think that's what you want to do in that situation. Shot short. Going to the line to shoot two. You don't want to burn too much clock in that situation. I think the worst part is the inbound pass. It got blocked. It was an easy block. 2.5 to go. 39-39. There you go, Arizona. Try and kick it forward a little bit. Oh, they're running it around. They have that three-point play. Oh, the smart no take there. Using the screen, trying to create some room, but Louisville's all over it. Blocked again. Arizona comes up with the loose ball. Bounce past inside. Blocked again. Another shot at it. Off the rim, no good. Defensive rebound to Louisville. 2 minutes remain here in the second half. Looking to play Duke. Contact, hard contact. Louisville picks up 2 more, 41-39. There's a good job, kind of whipping it forward. Trying to find inside. Oh, didn't want to take the three. It's going to get smothered inside. No foul call. Oh, the tip in. No good. Arizona comes away with the ball. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know how to commentate it. I'm so into it. There it is. There it is. There it is. The basket. It's good. It rattles around the rim and drops 41 all. Oh, my goodness. We have a fantastic game happening here. 1:09 remaining. Louisville and Arizona putting on an absolute show. Quick passes inside. Oh, nice job kicking it out. The three. Got it. Oh, my goodness. How are those shots so consistently good? That could be the biggest swing. Arizona took a timeout. Under a minute to go here. Don't have to get 3, honestly. You need points, though. That'll work. Now, 35 seconds are on the shot clock. There's about 11 second difference. They will probably take... Oh, they're going to take the 3. No good! Oh, Louisville misses the 3. How did they make the one that was so contested and miss the wide open shot? That's what's so baffling about the situation. Arizona for 3. He was short, and they're going to have to start fouling here. Oh, defensive foul. Louisville still in the backcourt. See if Arizona can maybe create a turnover. They were actually in pretty good position there. And that will do it for the inbound passes. They'll go to the line. 1 and 1. It's in. I thought it was going to be a little bit short, but it bounces friendly for the Louisville Cardinals. Second free throw is good. Timeout, Arizona. Again, you don't have to come up with 3 right here. You have a couple opportunities where they can miss a free throw. If you get 2, you cut it to a 1-point game. Arizona smartly brings the ball up the floor. It looked like they were getting ready to wing it up the court all the way. It either has to be a good 3 or a smart 2. There it is. Inside. They have to go. They got to kick for 3. They got to kick for 3. They got to kick for 3. They got glitched into the stupid spot. It got blocked and they lose. It's a great game. It's a terrific ending, and the game just breaks. It just broke. Oh, that was setting up for such a fantastic finish. It's similar to that Michigan State game. There were a couple other ones where it was right there for the interest part, and the game broke. Louisville survives and advances. The game just it isn't scripted correctly. It doesn't make sense. It is on the hardest difficulty. 46-43, your final. There should be more awareness by the players. I understand this is a 20-year-old game that we're using, but there should be awareness that's like, if you're down 3, get it to the 3-point line, and it broke in that spot. Louisville ends Arizona's run. Arizona just couldn't come up with the shots that they needed to late in the game. And I am heartbroken because we have to watch Louisville 2 more times. Tired of Louisville. It's unbelievable how good they are. They are only the 14th ranked team in the game. And they are the undefeated goblins of this tournament. All right. We are moving on to our thumbnail matchup. Presumably, I don't know, maybe I changed it. I kind of doubt it. But it is Alabama, the Crimson Tide, taking on the Maryland Terrapins. If Alabama wins, it keeps the last and final champion pick alive in the tournament. It would solidify 3 bracket picks in the Final Four, with Arkansas and Iowa not really meaning a whole lot because no one picked either of those teams. That is a heartbreaking finale. Alabama a little on the luckier side to get here. They had a great comeback in their previous game over Ohio. Maryland had a good win over UNLV. That was 36-35. Though I don't remember it being a particularly good game. There's a 3 for the Crimson Tide. It rattles around the rim and drops 3-0 Bama. Nice little hook shot there over the leaping defender, and we get to watch teams just kind of calmly bring it up the floor because they're not full court pressure monsters. Kicks and fires a turnover. Number 11 coming away with the steal. Bama got off to a very slow and a very rough start against Ohio. They came on in the second half. Ohio made an interesting defensive shift late in that game. Ohio was one of the teams that runs the full court press, and they kind of backed away from it late in the game, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense, and I think it allowed Alabama to get into a little bit, just enough rhythm where they were able to finalize the comeback to tie the game, push it into overtime, and take the game. 2 made threes for the Alabama Crimson Tide. The Lumpies looking for the long ball to get them to the championship game. Terrapins slicing and dicing their way inside and knocked over an elephant on the way. 6-4. The Universal Media Discs taking on Bama. There's a nice drive inside and a mid-range jumper dropped for 2. 8-4. Maryland doing a good job in the paint. Eight to 6 now. A little shoulder. That is a very late block. That's terrific interior defense by Maryland. And an interesting one of those kind of no-call plays, a shoulder in. No strip, no defensive foul, no offensive foul, just letting them play. There's some more hard contact. That finally draws the foul, and it's Maryland going to the line to shoot 2. They make both free throws. And we are knotted up at 8. Maryland putting a little bit of pressure on in the backcourt. Bounce pass inside and rejected near the rim. Some really nice defensive plays, and the Lumpies clear the runway, and the Terrapins with a slam. Over Franklin the Turtle. 10-8. Working inside, spin move, fights through the contact and drops it in for 2. Tied at 10 with 3 minutes gone here in the first half. Ticket number 3 to the Final Four about to be punched by one of these two teams. They will face the winner of Iowa and Arkansas. Yuck. I could maybe pick a mascot that wasn't in the final or the Elite Eight. It might be Arkansas. Blocked inside again. Alabama's had a lot of success outside, like beyond the free throw line, because they had like a nice mid-range 2 and then some nice 3s. But where they gotten into the paint, it's been really difficult for them to come away with points. I think they've given up more blocks inside than scored actual points, which is not good. That's not a good recipe for winning. Alabama trying to set some screens. There's a little bit of room. Spin move, foul on the shot. Alabama to the line for 2. First free throw is good. Second free throw is good as well, and we're knotted up at 12. Bopped off the leg of the elephant. Two turtles whispering secrets to each other. Nice block on the outside, and Alabama goes the other way. Blocked on the outside by Maryland, and they go the other way. Good. Yeah, well, it almost was good defense. Both teams with the letter of their school on the front of their respective costumes, or jerseys, as it were. Pass inside, blocked by Alabama. Not really getting a whole lot of points, just a lot of blocks. Maryland had the nice play on the fast break, but other than that, it's been block city here in Maryland. Out of bounds, Alabama will maintain possession, which is a little lucky on their part, considering one of their players dove to the bench. Looking for that Steph Curry kick. A kick to the outside for 3. There it is. Bama leaves it a little bit short. Nice rebound by Maryland. Try to fire it forward for a fast break opportunity, but one doesn't really present itself. Good transition defense by the Alabama Crimson Tide, and a nice block late there. Not seeing a lot of fouls, not seeing a lot of goaltending calls. Alabama's trying to find a fast break of their own, but just like their defense was good, so was Maryland's. There's a nice find inside as they cut into the paint. Finish with the left hand and make it 14-14. Trapped in the corner here. They whittled that shot clock all the way down to 3 and then committed a foul. Actually kind of a benefit, I guess. We don't know if they would make the shot. Those can be kind of hit or miss. It seemed like when I first did this tournament, it seemed like they made a lot of those shots that kind of broke. But it's not as effective. They do go 1 for 3. Right, they go 1 for 3 from the line, so not the worst foul in the world. Could be a +2 point differential there for Maryland. No foul. The shot is up, no good, and put back. Going with the defensive foul on the interior. Third team foul. First foul on center number 33. Maryland ties and then takes the lead, going 2 for 2 from the line. Alabama doesn't have anybody in the backcourt. They're going to launch it forward. The center, for some reason, is the player to catch it. Feels like that's kind of a glitch play there. Like a glitched defensive formation, and we shouldn't be doing that in this situation. 3 minutes to go in the first half. You're going to whip it all the way up to midcourt. Big three for Maryland from the corner. That'll push the lead out to 4. Went the other way. The contested 3 is up and good. They look like the elephant on the right side of of the court, the far side, wide open, unbelievably wide open. But quick passes inside, blocked on the interior. There's just a bunch of elephants to get that loose ball. Alabama opportunity for the lead on this time down the floor. Oh, drive inside, defensive foul. He went for that like little power jump step. And stepped on the ankle of the defender, and obviously the defender's fault. The defender appeared out of thin air. It's a deep 3 for Bama, and they go on a 6-0 run over the last couple of possessions to take a 2-point lead. Alabama doing a better job responding against this Maryland team than they did against Ohio. Where it felt like they were going to be a team that was going to get knocked out in the Sweet 16, and it took them way longer than you would think to kind of get things going offensively. There's a big 3 for Alabama. Catch and fire from beyond the arc. 9 straight points from beyond that arc. And they did start with their first 6 points, so 15 of their 25 coming from beyond the arc, and that's just at the start of the game and in the last 2 or 3 possessions. So yeah, that's a nice little pass, a little float. One turtle just kind of poked its head up and threw it in. That was very funny to look at. 25-24. Bounce pass inside the center, gets it blocked. They're out and running. Probably the last time you heard that about a turtle or a tortoise. They're out and running. Oh, stolen away. Number 5 read that beautifully. Looked like they were going to come up, but then saw that there was going to be a pass. Took a step back. Raised those big old paws. And took it away. Another deep shot. That one just a 2. Quick passes inside. The foul goes against Alabama. Second foul on center number 33. You can pull them for the rest of the first half. 41.3 seconds to go. Both teams looking very good in this first half. 27-26. They will indeed make the substitution. Ball is loose but knocked out of bounds. Maryland the last to touch it. That's a nice shot up and in. (29-26). Alabama reestablishes the 3-point lead. Trying to drive inside, kicks back out to number 5. Number 5 back inside, but stolen away by Alabama. Alabama, the final seconds of the first half, gets a bucket. It's 31-26 as we head to halftime. Both teams looking great. Alabama just looking a smidge better. I love the fast break pace that they worked with at the end of the half. I thought it was going to be one of those really long full court shots, but no. Good aggression. Got to the basket. There's a steal. And as you can see, that play didn't get the defensive call. It was instead a loose ball. There's another loose ball. Balls are loose all over the floor, folks. Blocked. Alabama comes away with it. So the steal results in zilch for the Maryland Terrapins, but they steal the ball right back anyway. And it's an interesting start here for both teams. That's a nice shot. Maryland on the board first here in half number 2 to cut the lead down to 3. (31-28). Alabama off to a very bad start here in the second half. Long offensive possession here, ends in a circus shot, but they get the ball back. It's blocked. Kicked back out beyond the arc. This is a really good possession offensively. Pretty okay possession defensively. Ideally, you'd like to come away with one of those loose balls, but you didn't give up any points, so I guess that's at least a win there. Trying to kick it inside. All kinds of a weird bounce there in Alabama. They led 31-26 at the break. They're approaching 2 scoreless minutes. The flip side of that is Maryland has only scored 2 points in those same 2 minutes. The center up, leaves it short. Rebounded Alabama. The mid-range jumper. Can't get the basket to go. There's a fast break opportunity for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Hook shot from the foul line is good. Alabama finally gets their first points of the half, by the way, about 2.5 minutes into the second half. A block and an attempted steal. They're trying to get something going defensively. Really good adjustments made at halftime for both of these teams, apparently, because they have both been super slow coming out of the gate. It looked a lot better. A super friendly home roll there for Maryland. 33-30. Oh, they had a pretty open look there in the paint. Instead, they kick it for 3, and that's where Alabama has done a lot of their damage. I would say the three-point shooting is the reason Alabama leads this game. Off the top of my head, that would be the 6th 3 that we have seen. We saw a stretch of 3 late in the first half. They went from 16 to about 25 points, got into that lead that Maryland had built a little bit. Their first 6 points of the game were scored beyond the arc, and the most recent 3 would mean that 6 made threes is the 6 extra points that Bama has. So the 3-point game has been big for the Bama Crimson Tide. There's another 3 for Alabama, buried, and they have a 9-point lead. It's a big miss for this Maryland Terrapins team. You talk about, like, look at the game Arizona taking on Louisville. You look at that game and go, okay, the key is going to be to take advantage of the droughts that Maryland or that Louisville has if you're Arizona. Maryland didn't take advantage of the drought that... Okay. Maryland didn't really take advantage of the drought that Alabama had. And I'm not saying they have to come out and blow the doors off. They have to score 150 points or whatever. But cut into that lead. Take a 2-point lead. Outscore them with a little 7-zip run. Instead, they were able to get 2 And then Alabama was able to get into a rhythm, catch a little bit of heat, and it's a 9-point game. Bounce pass inside. Number 4 up and caps a 10-2 scoring run. Maryland, right? I mean, not in a terrible position. They're down by 9. That's not a bad miss, but a tough miss. There's a good steal. Nice job to poke the ball away. If you're looking for a fun finish, you have a couple of minutes. You have some wiggle room to give up some bad defensive possessions, but as we get closer and closer to the final, to crunch time, you're looking for like consistent good defensive possessions. But the problem is Maryland is not taking advantage of the turnovers they're creating or the missed shots that Alabama has in getting points. Again, doesn't have to be threes. You can work in the paint and pick up twos. That is fine. 2-0 is a 1 possession. And WON possession, not ON, WON. A victorious possession for you. There's another miss for Alabama. That's 3 straight possessions with a miss or a turnover for the Alabama offense. And Maryland didn't elect to take the 3. They're running it on the other side of the floor. It kind of got tipped and went to the wrong player, blocked authoritatively on the interior. And Alabama comes away with the ball. I apologize. I think they said I think I said they were up down 9. They're down 11. Down 14 now, so contested 3 absolutely buried. And it's been mostly Bama here in the last couple of minutes. About 3 minutes of game time. This is an Alabama team, and it's a lead that you would look at this point in the game and go, well, Alabama's led the entire time. Alabama didn't score for 2.5 minutes of the second half. It was a tight game. Maryland had a pretty decent lead about the midway point of the first half, and Alabama's done a pretty good job since then of piling up some points. Maryland now down 12. Needs to get this down to about a 6-point game here in the next 2 minutes of game time if they want to try and make this thing interesting. The inside shot is blocked. Good defense by Maryland. Got to come away with something. It's a good-looking 3. It's a little short. Good putback by the Terrapins. Which is a little surprising to see, considering that there were 3 elephants in the area. Elephants, you got to use your trunk. Blocked on the outside. 10-point game, Maryland. Oh, that's a terrible turnover. Good aggression by the Alabama Crimson Tide. Just can't get it. A little too strong off that back iron. Bounced off the front iron and dropped no good. Nice pass inside. That's what I'm talking about. Feed the paint. Makes it close range. Force some contact to get a foul. I guess missed the free throw. That's not really the plan. That wasn't in the plan. There were 2 steps to the plan. I guess technically 3 steps. Get into the paint and make close shots, or get fouled, or if you get fouled, make the free throws. They pick up 1, down 9. They get a foul on the other end. Alabama will go to the line to shoot 2. Free throw is, I believe, good. Was a big elephant head the way? I couldn't tell. Second free throw drops as well. I'm guessing it was good because it is now an 11-point game. Alabama, a little surprisingly, using some pressure in the backcourt. I guess kind of just trying to put this game away. 48-37. Much slower paced second half here. Maryland's had some decent looks at shots, but they haven't been able to bury anything. And with the Crimson Tide getting off to such a slow start. There's a nice block on the interior, leading to a bit of a fast break. Trying to split some defenders. It's a good pass back. Don't love the shot there, but the put back no good. I like that shot as well. Flipped it up and in. Foul outside. Second team foul here in the second half. And Maryland's going to shoot 3 free throws. Remember, they missed 2 of 3 earlier when they had this opportunity. Okay, that wasn't meant to be a jinx, but I think it kind of accidentally was. Free throw up, free throw good. Maryland cuts the lead to 11, 50-39. Bama looking for that Final Four berth. Seven steals for each team. Oh my goodness. Spun around, went to launch a 3 and got absolutely destroyed. Stolen away by the Terrapins. I'll take a timeout. We're down just a little bit too much at this stage in the game. At about the 1:15 mark, you'd probably want to have 2, maybe a 3-possession deficit with the ball. 2 possession on the defensive side. Out of bounds. It's going to go back to Alabama because the Terrapins went to go chase it out, which you shouldn't do. Stolen away by Maryland, so they get the ball back. They're just burning a lot of time here. Mid-range 2 is good. 4 extra field goals made for the Crimson Tide on only a couple of extra shots. To 41. 41 seconds to go. There's a little fade of the bank is open on a Sunday. That one smashed in. Defensive foul. Alabama will go to the line shooting 1 and 1. Oh, and the free throw is missed, but they get the ball back. I can't believe they were able to get that ball back. Maryland was in perfect position for that. And that should just about do it. I can't imagine that the Maryland Terrapins are going to be able to make much of a comeback. It was a valiant effort. Weird second half, especially compared especially compared to the first half, much slower. Alabama scored 19 points in the second half. Maryland scored even fewer than that. 15 points. All right, and that will do it. Let's get this bracket updated and push Alabama 52-43 into the Final Four. Verify the winner is indeed the Elephants of Alabama. Maryland. Their tournament run ends in the Elite Eight. They did score more points against Alabama than they did against UNLV, but that is a small moral victory. Here we go, moving on to the 4th and final game of the Elite Eight before I take a break. Actually, I might need to take a break before that. Actually, no, let's just go. Let's go. It's Arkansas taking on Iowa. Iowa, Arkansas. Sorry, Arkansas. Arkansas. And here we go. So we have kind of the ideal situation. We have 3 bracket picks in the Final Four. I can actually update you because this game I don't believe matters for anybody. The tip is won by the Iowa Hawkeyes. And we are off and running here in our fourth and final Elite Eight game. First shot is missed by the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Iowa Hawkeyes defeated Villanova 57-49. Arkansas took out Boston College 57-56 in yesterday's Sweet 16 game. Happy April Fools to everyone out there. I hope you all enjoy your Big Bite hot dog with seltzers from 7-Eleven that I'm sure are totally real. Arkansas finally giving up some points on the defensive side. I don't know why I phrased it like that. Iowa. I looked at the word Illinois for 2 seconds and now my brain is broken. First free throw is up and good. Bit of a slow start here in the first minute or so. Second free throw is good as well. If you are curious, they have made a post about that. Let me see if I can find this 7-Eleven thing real quick. Let's go 7. 7-Eleven. Okay. Is it 7? Okay. Why is it 7 dash? Okay, whatever. 7-11. Oh, they haven't tweeted anything since 23rd. Okay, never mind. Maybe that's not the right one. Doesn't matter. Let's focus on the game here. 4-4. Actually, I think I saw it on the Soda Seekers Instagram page. Iowa coming away with the ball here, working it around the perimeter. Oh, tipped but not stolen. We've seen a lot of that today where the players have gotten their hands in the way of the ball, but just not able to come away with the full and complete steal. Short pass there by Iowa. Back and forth between those two best friends. Iowa comes up a little bit short. Oops, I don't want my post. Big 7-Eleven reveals Big Bite hot dog flavored sparkling water. (7-Eleven) stated more details on the availability of this flavor will be revealed on April 1st. This actually might be real. It doesn't look like it would be real because it's like absurd, but they made a lot of cans for this joke. Hold on, I gotta drop a hot dog in the comments. Hot dog. Tipped and stolen by Arkansas, who leads 6-4. Please be real. It is Miracle Seltzer. They tagged him with everything. It's got to be real. I hope it's real. I want it real bad. All right. 4 minutes gone here. Very slow-paced game. So slow-paced, I'm looking at Instagram posts. Caring about my own content. I care. Bounce pass inside. Spun and blocked. Arkansas comes away with the loose ball, leading by 2. After a bit of a slow start, a foul on the way to the basket will lead the Razorbacks to shooting 2. Which I keep feeling like I'm saying racer back, which is like a type of tank top, I think. There's a free throw that's up and good. Lead by 3. Second free throw's no good, and it took a really long time for Iowa to get the ball. He was in perfect position, blocking out very effectively. And the ball just kind of hung out there on the floor. There was some sort of substitution there. Didn't catch who caught the foul and how many of the team fouls they had. But it's 7-4. One more ticket to punch here to the Final Four. Iowa or Arkansas. They'll host Alabama. Alabama's a team that's gotten off to some slower starts, but been able to figure things out and keep piling up those victories. Bounced and bounced and bounced and finally dropped through the nylon. Lead down to 1, 7-6. Blocked on the outside perimeter. Interesting move there by Iowa. Had the lane, but Arkansas did a good job defensively rotating to fill that area. A short pass and the mid-range jumper knocked down. 8-7. For 3, it's off. No good. Kind of stuck here. Hopefully, there you go. The game picks up that it needs to pass the ball. Oh, that's a terrible pass. The spin pass animation is the most dangerous pass animation you can have. It's awful. There's another kind of weird float pass off the hands of the Hawkeyes. Driving towards the lane. Split the 2 defenders. A nice job to get that basket. Sometimes we see some misses there, but rattled home kindly, and it's 10-7. It's up for 2 and no good. Deep 3 blocked. Arkansas one-on-one driving in the lane. It's no good. Out of bounds. It'll stay with Arkansas. Looked like it got blocked by the Iowa Hawkeyes. Arkansas trying to drive inside or back the opponent down. Can't find any room. Spun and blocked. They're going the other way. Number 35. Had 2 defenders and had no defenders. Boy, that center's real close to the baseline bandit. If they spin to their right, they are going to turn the ball over to Arkansas. They also might pull the shot here with 3 seconds left on the shot clock and hit the side of the backboard. Let's find out. 3, 2, 1, and... oh, it got blocked. Okay. That was not... I didn't anticipate that. And then they threw a turnover. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. This is kind of a miserable half of basketball, if I'm being honest with you. Bounce inside. Three. Nicely done. Nice find. Good swish. And it's a 6-point lead. Oh my goodness. What in the world? Just terrible passing from the outside of the... Oof. It's a rough offensive rebound to give up. Arkansas taking a smart timeout here, down 15-7. I don't think either of these teams look very good here. It's just they're kind of they're kind of lucky that they're playing each other. Otherwise, I think any other team in this Elite Eight would blow them out. Oh, foul on the shot. It's up and good. And they'll go to the line for the and one opportunity. They do complete the three-point play. So a good start there for Arkansas out of the timeout. We too often see them, these teams take timeouts and then just make terrible, terrible plays. So good to see them execute effectively. Oh, and a good defensive play there. Trying to push it forward, looking for the fast break. Smart to just kind of settle everything down, run something. There it is. Three is up. Missed. I like it, though. I like it. No hesitation. Iowa drove inside, found a little mid-range jump shot. Looked like he was maybe falling away there. Up over the defender, splashed it home, 17-10. 1 minute remaining here in half number one. There's a kick to the other side of the floor. Another three-pointer going up for Arkansas. That one's short as well. So they've run that play a couple of times, trying to find a hot hand, but they haven't been able to find anything yet. That shockingly was blocked. That Razorback looked well out of position, but I think that animation sometimes is just a little bit slow. The other animation feels a little fast / warpy. I'm like, oh, whoop. Blocked. Second free throw is no good. Timeout Iowa, likely for a substitution. What's Iowa picking up a couple more points. They lead 19-11. Iowa with the bucket at the buzzer, and it's 21-13. My goodness. Best possible start for Iowa. They give the ball to Arkansas and then just absolutely clobber it on the inside. They find a nice easy lane there and a beautiful pass. Nice, crisp finish. Iowa up by 10. Arkansas doesn't really seem like they put up much of a fight at all in this game. They were the Hawkeyes. There's a nice play inside. Hawkeyes were able to survive a bit of a slow start, but then once they pushed it out to that about 13-7 deficit, that's where it stayed and only grown. 23-15 makes it an 8-point game. We've seen it at about 7 points. Oh my goodness, that was a terrible shot. Excellent timing there by the Arkansas defense. There was no way that ball was getting anywhere near the basket. There's a deep three, no good. Arkansas still hucking it from deep, but not able to find anything. Blocked. Contact there to slow down the opportunity for the fast break. Nice job to work around the screen. Tries to drive the lane. Bounces off the rim a couple of times. Burnt, drop. Bounce, bounce, swish. Do the dog and bounce. Arf, arf. You know you want to do it. There's a nice bounce pass inside, and again, just a slow animation compared to an animation that feels a little quicker. Blocked at the rim. Iowa's had a couple of those shots blocked. It's a good opportunity for Arkansas to try and get back in this game if they can keep doing that. It's a good opportunity on the other end of the floor. Iowa starting a little slow here in half number 2. Arkansas's made some good adjustments. And there's another good adjustment, making the steal there. And they turn it right back over, each team with 1 steal or 1 turnover in this half, and it happened in the last 15 seconds. Spins around and fires, and looking for somebody, anybody. Tried to throw it. You can see they were looking for that float pass. They'd had one earlier in this game that worked in their favor. That time it's stolen away by Arkansas, who at one point down 10 has now cut the lead to down 4. Question is, can they get a little closer? They are 0 for 4 their last several 3-point attempts. I appreciate that they keep running that play. They keep shooting that ball, but they've had far more success inside. Another nice block. And a steal. There's a terrible play. I mean, those are the plays you can't really have if you're Arkansas. You're relying too much on Iowa goofing things up, and we're just going back and forth with bad missed shots, turnovers. Everything about this game is just, I feel like it's falling apart. Iowa to the line for 2, misses the first basket. Whoop. Second free throw short as well. The tip in short. They're going to get another offensive rebound, and they'll go to the line. Oh, nope, just kidding. That was just a block notification. They had 2 free throw attempts and 3 extra shots at it. They come away empty-handed. Good defense there by Arkansas. Iowa and Arkansas diving for the ball. No one's coming up with it. And stolen away eventually anyway by the Iowa Hawkeyes. Still 23-19 as we hit the 6.5-minute mark. Both these teams are going to have to figure things out. Whoever wins is going to need to make some adjustments. Bounce pass inside. Spinnerooney. But can't get it to fall. 23-22. Arkansas closed the gap. Left it short. Can't come up with any extra points. So, Iowa now tied with Arkansas at 23 apiece. There's a big 3. It's no good. The tip-in is good. Iowa finally back on the board, taking the lead by 2. There's a big shot for Arkansas to keep pace here. That's what you want to see. You need to see these teams get all the way back to tie the game or make it a one-possession game and then keep pace with the other team. We've seen too many times where they're able to erase the deficit and then just not keep that momentum. There's a nice little goaltend there. So Arkansas down by 2, looking for that response basket again, and they get it to tie us up at 27 apiece. Blocked in to try to make that shot into the double team, but it did not work. Kicks to the corner for 3, and Arkansas has erased the deficit and taken the lead. 30-27. It's a massive comeback for the Arkansas Razorbacks. They have made some terrific adjustments here in the second half. And it is paid off to the tune of a 3-point lead. Blocked again. Iowa just completely silenced here in half number 2. Crowds out of the game. Another 3 for Arkansas. I like that they didn't stop shooting that 3. Both baskets are good from the free throw line. And it is a 5-point game. Bounce pass inside, up and in. There's a good play for the Iowa Hawkeyes, who have been almost completely silent here in the second half. I think they may have scored 3 points here in half number 2. Big miss for Arkansas, who's done a good job staying in rhythm as they erase that deficit. Oh, stolen away, and that's a good defensive possession for the Razorbacks. Didn't even see them. That ball was like kicked back out, and then all of a sudden it was stolen. I was like, whoa, there was a Razorback there the whole time. Bounce pass inside the center. Gonna pick up a foul. A little reach in there, and they'll throw it in from the sideline. Number 1 tipped and intercepted. They're calling for it forward, up and in. That's a big turnover for the Iowa Hawkeyes. 32-31, 3 minutes to go. There was no response. No opportunity there for Arkansas to get that basket. Just terrifically run offense by the Arkansas Razorbacks. Rising for 2 and blocked. Rising for 2 again and blocked again. 34-31. Would be an SEC rivalry game if Arkansas and Alabama were to meet in the Final Four. Spun off the rim and no good. Iowa pushing the pace, trying to drive into the paint. Kicks. Oh, you'd love to see the three-point specialist stop and pop that shot. Trying to get him off the feet with the pump fakes. Again, trying to go off the feet for the pump fakes. Knock the Razorback down, and they're going to have a free and easy path for 2. It has been an unbelievably bad second half for Iowa. I think Iowa scored literally 8 points. There's a look for 3. Iowa buries it and cuts the lead down to 2. Couple passes inside. Hard foul at the rim. 4th team foul. 3rd personal for number 44. I don't think you pull them at this moment. 1 minute and 34 seconds left in the second half. And they will indeed pull him anyway. So number 53 is going to come in here. Arkansas looking to put a little pressure here to make things at least a little more difficult. Maybe cause a little havoc, create a turnover. There's a beautiful feed inside that'll cut the lead down to 2. Good defense there by Iowa. They saw that 3-point specialty play being run. Kick for 3. It's short. Iowa comes away with the rebound. Looking for the tie. 3-pointer gives them the lead. No dumb turnovers here, please. There's a 3. No, that's not what you want to see right there. Oh, little double team trap. Kind of in a weird spot there. Kicks it around. They'll probably start fouling here in about 10 seconds. Makes you kind of wish they would... Oh, just kidding! Oh, they won't go dive for it. A lack of aggression from Arkansas might have hurt them there. Would have liked to have seen them stop and pop that three. It was a clean look. First free throw is up and good. Second free throw up and good as well. Iowa in an interesting spot here. I think ideally would try to take the three. I get 40-39. They would make 2 free throws to get another 3. You might be able to try and get a 2 here this time down the floor. If they go 1 for 2, then you would just need a 2 and a 3, but... we got blocked. Arkansas with a pretty incredible comeback here in the second half. They shut this Iowa team down in half number 2. Maybe we can take a look at some of the stats. I'll take another timeout, but it will not matter. That was a terrible offensive play last time down the floor for the Iowa Hawkeyes. He shot that shot right into the defender. Three for Iowa. Bounced around. Arkansas took a screw it 3. And that will do it. That'll do it for game number 4 of today's video. 42-30. No, 36. Verify that the winner is indeed Arkansas. The Razorbacks win this one and advance to the Final Four where they will play the Alabama Crimson Tide. We got Duke taking on Louisville. We have Alabama taking on Arkansas. Let's take a look at Stats Central. School stats. Current game, second half. They scored 15 points in the second half. They gave up 29, the Iowa Hawkeyes did. 10 blocks for the Razorbacks compared to just 2. 8 fouls. Turnovers pretty even, but the field goal 7 for 22. Absolutely killer. Though the Razorbacks weren't that much better. They were 9 for 19. 2 extra shots on 2 fewer tries. I think the difference is going to be the free throws. 9 for 10 or 0 for 2. The 3 points were kind of a wash. I guess 1 extra 3-pointer I'm sure makes a good difference. But 90% on the free throws. Glad that we can look at that from the second half statistics alone. Because it was not good. Was not good. Especially when you take into consideration that it was a 21-13 game at the break. So they overcome an 8-point deficit. They win by 6. And they punch the final ticket to the Final Four, which will be coming up in just a moment. We'll get you set for Duke and Louisville. Going at it. Duke, Louisville, Arkansas, and Alabama. We have 3 tournament bracket picks. Actually, let's get you caught up on that here real quick. Sorry about that. Forgot about that. A, B, C, D. Duke. And it's unfortunately Louisville. God, it was so close to being an awesome finish. Duke and Louisville is your first Final Four matchup. But first, let's get you caught up on the bracket standings. The prediction standings and see how things are going. Let's start from the bottom. I'm still in last because I'm locked in at 20 points. I did very poorly. Very, very poorly. Will win eventually, maybe. Needed Arizona to win. They obviously lost by 3 to the Louisville Cardinals. That locks them into 5th place with 21 points. I'm going to win is locked in at 4th place with 33 points. They have Louisville going to the Final Four, but that's it. Putting them in the championship game would have made it to where they could have at least had a little bit of wiggle room, but they did get that as well. They did get those points, but unfortunately, because of the results of the other games, that put them in 4th. Because that score potential was not great entering today. Untitled finishes in 3rd place. I keep talking about how great their first couple of days were, but unfortunately not able to maintain that momentum, and they were unable to get any points really in the last couple of rounds. They picked up 4 more points but they topped out at 34. So it was kind of just they needed everybody else to lose, which did not happen. Ryan Sucks is sitting in second place with 39 points. They have a score potential of 87. Ideally for them, they would get Alabama to win the next game, and then Duke would lose this game to solidify their opportunity, or that they would solidify that they would win if Alabama were to win. However, we could have a winner-take-all final, which would be exciting for me personally, because the leader is the bitchin' Baylor Baddies, who has Duke finishing in second place. They have a score potential of 59, so they would need Duke and Alabama. They would need Duke to win, Alabama to lose, solidifying their spot in first place. But if Duke were to make it to the finals, they would need to beat Alabama to pick up a victory. A score potential of 59 means that you get the second place pick correct, or at least pick the finals opponents. So it's coming down to it here in the Final Four. We'll have more action for you in just a moment. If you're watching on Twitch, hang out. I'm going to throw it to the BRB screen. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm going to pause the video here for just a moment. I'll give you an opportunity to subscribe. Ring the bell down below if you'd like. You can catch another tournament this time next year. Toying with the format, might be more videos, but the videos might be shorter, which might make them more or less daunting to watch. I don't know. I'm going to take a look at it, see how I feel about it, if I want to commit. Hard to commit a full year in advance when I don't know what other kind of like games or anything are coming out. So, yeah. There you go. Subscribe, ring the bell. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll have baseball later tonight. We'll be back in NFL 2K tomorrow. There will be a taste test on Wednesday. Co-op video on Thursday. Friday will be a gameplay video. Saturday, another episode of Taste Test. And then Sunday and Monday will be more gameplay. We'll get back into kind of the regular flow of things as we enter the month of April. Thanks, everybody, for watching. However you're watching, we'll be right back with more March Mascot Madness right after this. Okay, we are ready. We're back on Twitch. We're back in the YouTube video. Thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out. I actually did not mean to unpause the YouTube recording in the BRB screen, but hey, that's okay. We are in the Final Four. This is it. Home stretch here for March Mascot Madness number 4. We have Duke taking on Louisville. We have the Alabama Crimson Tide taking on the Arkansas Razorbacks. Let's see who wins. Duke and Louisville, both tournament champions. Duke won the first one. Louisville has won the last 3 March or September Mascot Madnesses. So I believe they won both September Mascot Madnesses and then the most recent March Mascot Madness. Duke, Arizona State, Louisville, Louisville, Louisville. Thanks, everybody, again for hanging out. The tip is up, but it's won by the Duke Blue Devils. Oh, I thought they had exactly what they were looking for on the interior. They ran it pretty smoothly. Louisville with a good defensive rotation there. The bitchin' Baylor Baddies, as we see the baseline bandit. A lot of B's coming out of my mouth. The bitchin' Baylor Baddies looking for a Duke victory and an Alabama loss, or 2 Duke victories if Alabama is to be able to take out Arkansas. That is a terrific defensive possession by the Duke Blue Devils. Really bad offensive rebound opportunity there by Louisville, who was the only player in vicinity. There's another good defensive possession. Louisville turning the ball over. Both teams off to a bit of a slow start. No one plays the full court press quite like Louisville, but Duke is a team that actually bothers to put some effort into it. We usually just see like some backcourt pestering, but Duke actually does try to force some turnovers. They're just not, no one's as good as Louisville. No one is as good as, oh my goodness, how did that get blocked? That shot looked clean, but Louisville's defense coming out of nowhere, continuing this minute-long scoreless streak for both teams. A bit of a mess here in the corner. 3 Blue Devils to 1 Cardinal. That somehow got past the Blue Devils' arm. Like it looked, the shot on the other side looked like it was going to be clean. It got blocked. That one looked like it was going to be blocked. It was clean. And here's Louisville doing Louisville things. Four nothing Cardinals. That was not a good looking shot at all. Hand in the face and everything. Loser gets to take place. Loser participates in the third place game, which will be after the second Final Four matchup before we hit the final. Backcourt violation. This is disastrous. The Duke Blue Devils are down 6. They keep getting shots blocked. That's a bad turnover. Loose ball off the feet of the Duke Blue Devils. They come up with it. Trailing by a couple of possessions. Bounce pass inside. I feel like Duke got off to a really bad start as they get fouled here. When they weren't aggressive inside on that first possession, they had a player in the paint, like pretty free and clear. It was a good defensive rotation, but there was a window. If the Blue Devil had seen it a little bit sooner, just a second sooner, you probably could have bounced past that in, either created contact and gone to the line for 2, or made the shot. But Duke a little hesitant so far. They're going to try this full court press as well. Louisville is going to be the team that should be the best prepared against it because that's how they run their defense. Pass tipped as they were trying to get it to the inside. Bounce pass. Gets the Blue Devil off his feet. Kicks it out to the guard, number 34, inside. A hand in the face, and it just does not matter. This game, like, the game is reversed. The contested shots are easy peasy. The wide open shots a little too hard. 8-2 Louisville. 3 minutes gone here. Oh, there's a shot in the corner. Number 5, a little delayed on the trigger pull, but that's what you want to see if you do get into the interior, get aggressive. It's a good offensive rebound, a nice putback, fouled on the shot, so go to the line. Try and cut this lead all the way in half, and they do. Lead now 3-8-5. The trap, the midcourt trap actually hurts Louisville. Dangerous moves here by number 4, getting super close to that sideline, but they turn it over right back to the Louisville Cardinals. Good transition defense. There's a 3. Lead right back out to 6. You're going to get the turnovers if you're going to be able to force this Louisville team into making mistakes. You have to polish it off. Polish it off with points. There's a 3 for Louisville again. Left it a little bit short. Miss definitely favors Duke. Puts a shoulder in, terrible throw. I don't know what that pass was. Put his shoulder in, got space and everything, had the defense reeling. It's a nice shot, or nice shot block. There's a 3 for Louisville, that one's short. Duke comes away with the rebound. If you're gonna get into the interior, you put the shoulder into the defender. Why are you throwing it to the perimeter? Or mid-range 2. I like that shot right there. There was an offensive player right there for the rebound. Couldn't get the putback because it was bad positioning, but still good aggression. There's another pretty decent piece of aggression. Bounce pass inside. Little fade. 5 consecutive missed shots. Make it 6 consecutive missed shots. They're shooting 11% from the floor, and maybe even less if there was another one that got counted after that graphic was on the screen. Louisville is dominating this game. Duke is just not good. There's a big 3 for Duke. I don't count them out at all, but they have to be able to create some turnovers. They need the same thing that Louisville needs. They need to be able to set up their defense. So Duke's kind of abandoned the full court press here. 2 quick passes inside. The defender completely out of position for no reason. And he's up and in for 2. Lead back out to 7, 15-8. There they go, working it around, and stolen. And there was a Duke Blue Devil right in the way. How is Louisville getting every bounce in the gosh darn universe? There's hands in the face. They're invincible in this game. Shocked that somehow wasn't a 9-point play for Louisville. Bounce pass inside, just a little too much traffic. That was a nice little shot, trying to get some glass there to drop it in. Spins around, kicks for 3. Oh, that's a nice block there. It's a good block, or a good closeout there. That's the word I'm looking for. Getting a hand on the ball. See if Duke can get anything going here. Hand in the face, no good. Foul on the way up, and it was a bad shot as well because it looked like it was going to end up behind the basket. A little bit of but probably because of the contact. The Blue Devils will go to the line to shoot 2. In one of the weaker halves of basketball that we've seen. 17-10 now. That's what the other teams need to be doing to Louisville, are those aggressive runs toward the basket once you break through that full court press. Kicks back out for 3. It's good. Nope. Okay. Thought for sure it was going to be good. There was a hand in the face. Doesn't matter because they're just going to go ahead and bury it anyway. Oh, bounce pass in. There you go. That was the first play of the game that they ran, and they didn't go for it. Good to see them make an adjustment, trying to find some points in the paint. Duke inconsistent with their implication of the... Oh, that's a nice block. With their full court press. See if they can get Louisville out of any of their rhythm. Slow them down just a bit. Their offense has to be better, though. There's a bounce pass inside, creates a double team. Tries to spin, looking for some room. It's a gentle little shot that finds the bottom of the net. Cardinals leave that one short. Nice rebound. Looked like he might step out of bounds, but didn't. Duke's been looking better over the last couple of possessions, and of course, as soon as I say that, he shoots it in between 2 players. And weirdly, like, that just feels like a shot that isn't going to get blocked sometimes. Except for it's Louisville on this end of the floor. Good defensive presence there, but they're giving up entirely too many shots. 3 attempts at the basket there for the Louisville Cardinals. Duke finally comes away with a loose ball. Bounce pass inside, trying to drive around. From the free throw line, drains it, and it's 17-16. 40 seconds to go here in half number 1. Louisville started hot, but they have cooled off considerably over the last couple of minutes, letting Duke back into this game. Looked like it was going to be Louisville domination, but instead, Duke's done a good job just kind of chipping away at the lead a little bit. They've gotten some luck in their favor. Some either weird shots or poor shots by Louisville. Oh, I just slided. Why? 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 Game. For the love of God. See if Duke wants to push the pace here just a little bit. They're going to actually get a pretty decent look. It's a three. It's short. Okay. Well, Louisville would be best if they just camped out of the midcourt line and then just got backcourt violations every time down the floor. Because the players move so weirdly. Just back and forth. There's a three for Louisville to start the half, and it's good. (22-16), whipping it up the floor. Louisville quickly gets the defense back in position. Or gets back in position defensively. It's a dangerous pass across the court. Mid-range jumper blocked from the side. And they're going back the other way. Hook shot, no good. Nice move there. Looked like it was going to be a good opportunity for yet another Louisville block, but they do a nice job to get the ball over the hand. A backcourt violation is going to actually benefit Duke this time around. It's 22-18. Definitely don't love this shot by the Duke Blue Devil there. Stolen away by Duke. Pushing the pace, splitting a couple of defenders. It's blocked from behind. That is just terrific defense from the Louisville Cardinals. Almost out of bounds, but saved before it could get there. That's a terrible shot. Absolutely heinous, disgusting shot. Duke with some good defense to prevent the transition bucket. Gets a hand on it. It'll stay Louisville ball. Oh my goodness. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. They get the foul called. They make what feels like every shot that's been contested. And Duke gets blocked every single time a Louisville player is within 150 feet of him. Firing it up the floor. It's a nice basket, up and good. Some good aggression and a solid left-handed finish there. The lead is 6. Neither team really looking all that great offensively. Both teams look very beatable. It's a really nice find inside. Flipped up and good. I know. Supposed to be, you know, impartial, but for the love of all that is holy, I am so tired of Louisville winning. Like, there have been so many games where, like, a team, like, looks bad. Louisville, like, never looks bad. Their earliest exit is, like, the Elite Eight. Yep, and of course, there's a defender right in the face, but it's the wrong hand. Able to get it over that dropped shoulder. Duke doing a good job being aggressive with how they're passing the ball up the floor. Try and break this defense, trying to slide between. I just don't understand how that's a block. It's a block from the side against Louisville, but every other team, it feels like that ball is getting through. There's a nice turnover there by the Duke Blue Devils. Wow, somehow he got it through 3 defenders. 5-point game. Oh my God. They're the greatest team ever. That was a terrible pass. Terrible pass. Great positioning there. And it was a 5-point game a mere 2 possessions ago. It is now exploded to 9 points with 5 minutes to go in half number 2. Louisville looking to punch their ticket to their 4th consecutive title game appearance. They will absolutely be retired after this tournament. I am so sick of them. Duke with good aggression there, but just couldn't finish off the play. Oh, it was a good steal by Duke, but a turnover goes the other way as they dove out of bounds. That's where you'd like to see an animation that just kind of pushes the ball back into the floor. $14 turnovers for the Duke Blue Devils. That is how Louisville wins games. Massive turnover deficits that turn into massive point deficits. It's a pretty simple recipe, honestly. Like, if you could force bad turnovers, capitalize on those turnovers, and make the other team change how they want to play the game, that's how you win the game. Easy peasy. Difficult to execute, I'm sure, but... But even there, Louisville's getting three shots at it. 9-point game. 4 minutes to go here. You have a couple minutes to cut this down to a 1 to 2 possession game. That's a stupid pass. Or mid-range, or maybe a deep 2 there. Slices it down to a touchdown, 36-29. Friendly home rattle puts it up to a double-digit deficit at 10. 39-29. Winding down game number 1 of the Final Four. We'll see the loser. We'll see Duke in the 3rd place game. I don't understand. Does this team have, like, just incredible length? Like, what is happening? There's a nice block on the inside, but it goes right to a Louisville Cardinal. Duke cut it to 8. I mean, realistically, you're looking at another minute to cut it down to 4. We're going to need some good defensive possessions. And that is not one of them. So mad at you, Arizona. I'm so mad at you. You could have done this. You could have gotten rid of the evil. The evil that has plagued this tournament for the entirety of its run. Nice little runner there. Oh, nice turnover there. I tried to throw it forward, but it doesn't do a great job throwing it in a place where the... Well, of course, it got blocked on the perimeter, so... We would have cut that down to a 5-point lead, but of course it got blocked. So we'll let this game run itself out, and we'll see Louisville in the final. Ugh. Duke over here wasting everybody's time. Stolen away. And that will do it. Louisville's going to punch their ticket to the final. And an uninspired effort by the Duke Blue Devils. I tell you that the Mountain Dew that exploded in yesterday's baseball game got fucking everywhere. 46-33 is going to be the final here. Louisville wins. Great. I hate it. Thanks. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. I am so tired of them. How do they not lose? It's unbelievable. Like this, it's like the Patriots, where it's just like they're always there. And it's like, can we have any other team, please? Like, could we see a different team get this deep into the tournament? It'd be so nice. We have an SEC matchup coming up for you. It is going to be the Arkansas Razorbacks taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide for game number 2. Final. Winner plays in the final. Loser plays in the third place game. This game now super important. If Alabama wins, then that will solidify Ryan Sucks as the winner of the game, of the tournament. If Alabama loses, the bitchin' Baylor Baddies will take the tournament in the bracket challenge. Alabama's had some slow starts, but they've been able to overcome. We get to look at that kind of awful Razorback logo for the entirety of this game. Now, Arkansas got off to a very slow start, and I would say did not look good in the last game that they played. Alabama was like, it was fine. But they used a lot of threes to put some distance between them and their opponent, which was the Maryland Terrapins. There is a 3 for the Crimson Tide, and it's off the mark. Arkansas puts the first points on the board, even though there's an elephant. It's a big old giant elephant head right in front. 2-0 Arkansas. There's, a blocked shot. It looked like it was going to be a clean look at a three, but just a touch slow on the release there. Center caught up in that paint that cost Arizona a shot at the title. Number 5, bounce pass inside, rattles off the rim and drops. Alabama didn't do a whole lot to drive in the paint and had trouble when they were driving in the paint with against Maryland. They were more of a perimeter three-point shooting team. They missed their first three-pointer. Good to see them go inside early. That's a nice steal. Pushing the pace here on the fast break. Pretty good defense by Arkansas. The one-handed shot left a little bit short, and it's still 2-2, a minute and a half into this one. Really nice move there by Arkansas to clear some space. The defense kind of over-rotated, and that forced to put them out of position. Well, there it is. There's the pass you're looking for on the interior. And that is an excellent finish. Oh, another nice run. Nicely run play by Arkansas again. It's a little bounce pass inside. Nobody rotates over correctly for Alabama, and Arkansas immediately retakes the 2-point lead, 6-4. That's not a good pass by the Crimson Tide there. Threw it into way too much traffic. It's tipped and intercepted. Arkansas on the offensive. Going to have a very red final, regardless of who wins this game. A couple of shots at it for Arkansas, including a putback at point-blank range, and just couldn't come up with the basket. Looking for the screen, but it's a bounce pass the other way. The hook shot off the side of the backboard, no good. We're going to try and push the pace, but kind of let the reinforcements come. Drives inside. The first guy didn't block it, but the second elephant came in and swatted it away. Blocked. Arkansas back on offense. There's another nice block inside. A little long on the shot there, and it's off the far iron. 6-4. Fires out. Long three is short. Neither offense looking very good here. Not surprised by it from Arkansas. Probably shouldn't be as surprised by it from the Alabama side of things, because they did get off to a good start. They had some threes that helped them get into a bit of a rhythm. There's a three that's made to give them a 1-point lead. But Arkansas really struggled in the first half. They put up 13 points against their opponent, the Iowa Hawkeyes. There's a nice jam home. Arkansas has had some really good offensive plays that have ended in the interior with easy baskets. So I think the third one that we've seen from them. There's a three for Alabama. Back-to-back trays. That gives them a 2-point lead. Two quick passes inside, blocked. Third block of the day already for the Alabama Elephants. Trying to drive inside, skied through. Woof. It's a nice jam home. But we're tied at 10. It's a big three for Alabama yet again, but they can't connect on that. Rolling around the outside, trying to use the screen. Passes to number 4. Tries to look for a little bit of room. Kicks inside to number 1. Back outside. Contested 3. Short and looked a little left as well. 4:30 to go in the first. As Arkansas buries a mid-range 2. Defensive foul. Little reach in called. Point guard number 15, first personal, first team foul. Float pass inside to number 1. Spins, looks. Gentle shot up and good. 12-12. Nice find inside. Not 100% sure what happened there. Didn't hear like the thunk of a block, but just a big mess of Mascot bodies down there. There's a good look at a 3 for Alabama. They regain the lead with a deep tray. Arkansas doing a nice job on the interior again. 15-14 now. Stole away by the Crimson Tide. We're going to back up the floor. Excellent fast break right there for 2. As my phone is losing its marbles. There we go. Just wanted to reply to that. Deep 3 for Arkansas. They really struggled from long range in their last game, but I like to see that they're at least still trying to get them going. There's that bounce pass inside, and that I like that they're still trying the 3. Even though they haven't been consistent at it, I like that they're still going for it. Arkansas's bread and butter has got to be that interior play right there. It's too good for them. It's too effective in their favor. Alabama's going to give you opportunities to like chip away at a lead, even if they have a 3 or a 6-point lead. They're going to give you opportunities because they aren't going to stay hot from beyond the arc. They have turnovers like that. Oh, that's a foul outside. Shot is up, shot is good. So, Arkansas takes the lead, 18-17. We'll work a little full court pressure here. Bounce pass inside, too easy. Interesting that would be Arkansas's strength and their defensive weakness sometimes. Just letting a super easy pass in like that. Number 24 brings it up the floor with the three-point specialist. As the three-point specialist, number 15 looking stolen by number 4. The Crimson Tide out and running, trying to find a little bit of room, and they do. Good aggression there. Actually, not terrible defense. Usually when they hit that free throw line, they kind of peel off for no reason. Bama picks up a couple points and pushes this lead out to 3. 21-18 as we approach 1 minute to go in the first half. Bounce passes inside, jammed home. by Arkansas. Just too easy. Too easy. That is what they are so good at. It's a kick for three. Got it. Got it. Alabama up by 4. Clock is ticking. Quick passes inside. Arkansas going to go to the line to shoot 2. I'm swiveling with myself in time on the stream. Oh my gosh. Is that another 3 for Alabama? It's a little short and a little left. A great shot there. Just a nice bounce pass inside. Foul on the way up. And that will be 2 shots for the Arkansas Razorbacks, who've been a little inconsistent, at least from the free throw line. But they'll use those 2 free throws to tie us up at 24 with 19.2 to go. Alabama, let's see if they hold for the final shot. I don't think they intentionally hold for the final shot, but I think they kind of incidentally hold for the final shot. We saw it with Arizona, where the game kind of just gets stuck, and there isn't a great sense of urgency. A couple of 3-point attempts. That one's short. The tip in, no good. So we will go to half tied at 24 apiece. A chance at the final, and an Alabama victory could win the tournament challenge for Ryan Sucks. And a jam home is very helpful for that. Oh, that's a good look for 3. Arkansas hasn't looked good from beyond the arc, but I love that they're still doing it. That was maybe the best look they've had all game long. And they had a 3-point specialist, but just couldn't knock it down. Alabama on the other side, they're trying a 3. They got it. Hand to the face and everything. My goodness. Kicks to the outside. Another good look at a 3 for Arkansas. Similar spot. Just keep on firing from beyond the arc. You might get one eventually, and they do on that one. And not trip down the floor. 29-27. Kick to the corner. Number 3. There's another look at a 3. Arkansas starting to pick up some heat from beyond. Their heat from downtown. That hit the Alabama player right in the face as I came through. Parent. There's a nice jam home by the Alabama Crimson Tide. Big slam, and that'll retake the lead. 31-30 as Arkansas 6 points from 3s their last couple of possessions. There's yet another 3. It's short, but offensive rebound there for Arkansas. Blocked on the putback, and the center comes away with a loose ball. Alabama looking to push the pace a little bit. It's a deep 2, and it's good. Able to elevate up over the defender. Shot is no good on the Arkansas trip down the floor. There's a 3 for Alabama. Swish. (36-30). How Alabama kind of started to take over the game in their last one. A couple of big runs where they had some nice three-point plays. We have it kind of caught here in that Arizona death zone. Shot up, shot good. Cuts the lead down to 4. I kind of forgot what I was going to take a peek at. Ooh, blocked. That's a nice little hook shot. Trying to find something in there, but Arkansas said no thank you. Oh, needed that second quick pass a little bit faster, but it didn't matter because the defense didn't rotate correctly or over-rotated a little bit. Again, Arkansas's bread and butter's got to be that interior play. I mentioned it a couple times. I like that they're still sticking with the three-point plays, but they have been able to get Alabama inside consistently. Oh, there's a nice block from Alabama. They're going back the other way with some pace. Blocked by Arkansas inside the three-point line. 4 minutes gone here in the second half. 2 quick passes blocked. 7 blocks. Trying the 3, blocked again. Pushing the pace a little bit. He has the speed icon. Slows it down just a bit. See what kind of play they want to run here. Alabama blocked it yet again. It's a block party here in Arkansas. Thought about driving it inside. Pulls it back. Not sure if that was a block or got hit under the rim or what, but it's a nice little quick release, too. Pushing that lead back up to 4. Arkansas not doing a great job taking advantage of their blocks and turning those into points. I would make the same argument for Alabama, but they get a little bit of leniency because they have the lead. If you're Arkansas, it was something they did really well against Iowa. Oh, they kick it outside. Blocked on the exterior perimeter. There's a big slam home in the paint. Oh, they got the ball away from the Razorbacks. But they couldn't come up with the turnover. Missed opportunity at a 3 for Arkansas again. Throws it inside, number 1. Trying to find some room. Kind of caught up in that Arizona spot again. I don't know why I keep referring it to like Arizona's the only team that's ever lost a game because of it. 2 quick passes inside, over rotation, bad defense. .38, Bama. They're working for that three-point play on the outside. They're going to call a foul on it. Thought it was going to be a blocked shot. It was really good rotation by the Arkansas Razorbacks. The screen was a little bit too high. It didn't create quite as much congestion trying to get through there. 1 for 3. From the free throw line, so a pretty good foul there for Arkansas as they drive inside, easy peasy. My goodness, that was like superb help by the other Razorback in that area. Didn't allow the Crimson Tide to get anywhere near what they're trying to do. Oh my goodness, a terrible shot. Why are you not driving to the rim? Arkansas and Louisville are going to be an interesting matchup if they are both in the final, because they seem to wear their opponents down. There's a foul on Alabama. They wear them down into, like, making terrible decisions. 1 for 2 from the free throw line, and that will knot us up at 41. In this SEC matchup here in the Final Four. There's a 3 for Alabama. Clutch. That's a big 3. Oh, that's a foul. Oh, no, out of bounds. Out of bounds. I thought it was going to be a foul. It's a good block there late on that one. It was a free and clear look at the basket. Looking it around outside. Trying to drive back in. Looked like he actually had the room there because Alabama, again, over-rotated, kind of put themselves out of position. That's what Arkansas has done such a good job with all game long. There's the bounce pass inside. Pushes that big old elephant out of the way and slams it home. 44-43. Good one here in the Final Four. Winner plays Louisville, loser plays Duke in the third place game. Blocked on the outside. Yet another block. Alabama is trying so hard to get these threes, and they just can't find... There's a nice friendly bounce. Just seems like they can't find a rhythm or consistency with what they are trying to do outside. A good rotation. There's a nice block. Loose ball. Gathered by Alabama. 1:34 to go. Oh, it's blocked again. Alabama throws it away. Oh, my goodness. Arkansas might be the only team that has the length to compete with Louisville. They're getting so many blocks on shots. They just feel like they shouldn't be getting that blocked, you know? Bounce pass inside. It's a foul beyond the arc. They could tie it from the free throw line, except for they immediately missed the first. They can cut it down to 1. And they do. Substitution for Alabama. Wow. Huge contact inside. It's going to be a loose ball gathered by the Arkansas Razorbacks. They'll take a timeout. 1:10 to go here in the second half. Their defense has really turned it up a notch or two in the last couple of minutes. Bounce pass inside. That's swatted away. Second shot swatted away. It'll stay Arkansas ball as that was last touched by Alabama. That's swatted away again by Alabama. They look like they were maybe thinking about pushing the pace, but chose not to. Holding on to the ball. They're only up 1. I don't want to see them use too much time off the clock into a bad shot. Float pass inside. I don't know how they did not step out of bounds on that shot at all. The baseline bandit is there, waiting. First free throw is missed. I mean, if you're going to foul somebody in your air, Arkansas, that's the one to foul. They get the putback attempt, but they can't make the basket. 46-45. Alabama's been in some good games throughout this tournament. How did that work? How does it work that it just moves the left stick? It looks like 2K when there's just somebody just cramming a bunch of buttons. Like, oh yeah, you're free. Because no one would do that. Could be the last shot here for the Alabama Crimson Tide, 47-46. They turned it over. They threw it away. The Alabama Crimson Tide threw the ball away. The first free throw so good, but they give up the... Oh my God! There was an elephant there in the way. Oh. 8.7 seconds remaining. Crimson Tide are down 3. And unfortunately for them, they have their 3-point specialist. Oh, good. The center is going to take the shot. They're going to take it from... That's a 2! You can't make a 2! Oh, I hate this game! You can't make a 2! Arkansas wins 51-48. Let's take a look at the school stats here. Arkansas did not have as many blocks as I thought they did. The second half, they still didn't have that many. It must have just been like such key pieces. 5 steals in the second half. Wow. Arkansas and Louisville will be playing for the championship. That's one of the things, like you talk about it with Arizona, and they try it too really late. They get kind of caught at the broken game. Why is the game going for... If you're going to go for the 2, you got to go quickly. Alabama falls in the final 4. 51-48 our score. Arkansas is the winner. And that means that we will be... I don't know if it has it here. I thought I put third place game, but I guess I didn't when I did the thing. Duke and Alabama will be facing off in the third place matchup. That does confirm everybody's bracket in order. The Bitchin' Baylor Baddies finish in first with 43, and they can thank the Maryland Terrapins for picking up a victory in the Sweet 16 that gave them the 4 points that they needed to clear the next bracket, which was Ryan Sucks. They had Alabama. That was their final mascot pick, and they just couldn't get there. We've had some heartbreaking and frustrating defeats the last couple of games. So Ryan Sucks finishes in second with 39 points. Untitled finishes in third with 34. I'm going to win in fourth with 33. Will win eventually, maybe. Had an outside shot to pick up a victory today, but Arizona faltered at the end. And they finished with 21 in fifth place. And I finish in last place with 20. So we'll go ahead and close that out because I do not need that tab anymore. So congratulations to everyone who performed well or filled out a bracket. Thank you for filling out a bracket. This is our third place game. As we get set, Alabama, if they had won, they would have propelled Ryan Sucks to the victory, but they faltered at the last, I don't know, probably 4 minutes of that game were brutal for Alabama. They kept getting shots blocked. I'm very interested to see if Arkansas can topple Louisville, because it does seem like they have the length to be able to compete. So we're here at Alabama to watch the Duke Blue Devils and the Alabama Crimson Tide duke it out for third place. There's a deep 2, and that'll get us started scoring-wise. A lot of elephants on the floor. Big fan of that as a person who loves elephants. Deep 3 for Duke, and they nail that one. There was not an elephant in the vicinity, not an elephant in the same zip code. Looked like he got tipped by a Blue Devil there. Everybody over on that side of the court, way too cluttered. And that congestion leads to a turnover. Duke takes it away. And the Crimson Tide oh, wow, that's a really nice play on the interior there. We saw it, that looks like just such a magnetized play. I don't know, like there's no hustle or understanding of the situation. Duke finally gets a basket up and in. They've had so many shots right at the rim. And it's 5-2 Duke. Now there it is. Nicely run play to the interior. Duke vacated it. Unnecessary spin move, up and in. Bama cuts the lead down to 1-5 for Duke here, early stages. Thanks again for hanging out. I appreciate it. That is a nice shot from Duke. Deep 2, fading to the right. Not a good shot at all. Crimson Tide threw that ball right up into the blocked shot. Kicked outside, blocked by the Alabama Crimson Tide, diving for the ball. It's out of bounds. It'll stay with Duke. Nice block shot on the interior. Alabama trying to get out and move. The Blue Devils, good transition defense there. Blocked inside, and Alabama has really had a lot of trouble against the last couple of teams, including these first 3 minutes of this game against Duke, of getting their shots blocked routinely. That's not what you want to see if you're rooting for Alabama. Going to be a foul on number 42. First personal, first team foul. Left that one short. Second shot is up and good. 7 minutes to go here in the first half, a 7-5 game. That's a deep 3 for Duke. They're running that play very effectively, and they're knocking the shots out of bounds. Alabama ball. They're knocking the shots down when they have the opportunities. Quick passes inside. Blocked by the Blue Devils, and they bring it back up the floor, up 5. Trying to drive inside, shoots past 2 defenders and drains them. If I'm Alabama, I mean, how do you recuperate from the way you finished that last game? Realistically, could or maybe even should be playing in the finals. That is a huge 3, and Duke is out to a monster lead, 15-5. Alabama's put up a couple of clunker performances in the first half. They've been able to figure it out in the second half, but this feels like a different level of a clunky performance. I'm not really sure what happened there. It looked like Crimson Tide had a clean lane to the basket, but elected to pass it back, and that was right to a Duke Blue Devil. 12-point lead, and they are looking for more. Pretty actually good defense there. Took a step or two inside the three-point line and buries the deep two. Lead 14. Maybe it's a good thing we didn't get this as the finals game, the championship match. 19-6 is not what you want to see for all the marbles. For third place, though, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Left that one short, but an offensive rebound. Put back, no good. Going to try it again. It's up and in. Three-point play the ridiculous way, and Alabama cuts it down to 11. That is a monster block on the interior. The weirdest thing is that Alabama was leading won the block game in the last but I mean, how many times do you get multiple blocks on one possession? Those numbers might be a little inflated as far as not the numbers necessarily, but if you were to look at it and go, oh, they had a lot of blocks, you might think that they should have probably done better. But if you get 2 blocks on multiple possessions multiple times, or 2 blocks on the same possession multiple times, and that kind of inflates those numbers, and you're only talking about, you have 8 blocks, but it's only 4 possessions. Out of bounds, somehow Duke ball. 13-point game here, and this one is not looking good early. And it's going to continue to look worse, as that is just too easy. Could be a huge injury for the Alabama Crimson Tide, already struggling in this one. And we see them being helped off the floor. Free throw is no good. We'll see a timeout taken here by Duke. 10-point game, 23-13. 3:23 to go here in the first half. A great shot by Duke at all. I don't even know that was good defense by Alabama. It's just a really bad shot off the bottom of the rim. And then an equally bad possession on the Alabama side, throwing that away. It's a deep three, splashed home, and it's a 13-point lead. Over a couple of defenders, left it a little bit short. Had an elephant in the corner that might have been able to help him out. There's a three for Duke, and they are up 29-13. This is just an abysmal showing from the Alabama Crimson Tide. Injury update, unfortunately a leg injury, but it doesn't say out for a game, so we probably will see them at the second half. I don't know if this game, like, yeah, NFL 2K3 has, like, the injury report, you know, has a sideline reporter. I don't know if this game does, because I have the commentary turned down, but... The lead doubled. +1, 31-15. There's a nice little, excuse me, there's a nice little shot right there. Let's see if Alabama can get any sort of rhythm going here by the end of the first half, cut into this lead, maybe try to get it down to 10. They really struggled against Ohio, but they were able to put things together in the second half to be able to even be in this position. Unfortunately, instead of a block, which I thought it was going to be, it's a defensive foul. First personal, first team foul. As that basket is up and good, 32-17. They are able to make both free throws. They did not run that three-point specialty play very well, and then they stepped on the baseline bandit. Trying to steal a possession away from Alabama and give it to Duke. You could see that they were trying to run it at the bottom of the screen there, the last possession for Alabama, but just didn't. It wasn't blocked well. That's a fall away. That's a three. My goodness. Avert your eyes. Parents, guard your children as you are witnessing swift butt kicking here in this one. So there's, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You're looking at a team that's getting 3 shots at it. If you include the shot that's blocked. And that's why you kind of go, I mean, Alabama won the block battle, but if they're getting 2 blocks on possessions and Arkansas is able to turn 1 block into more points or whatever, out of bounds Duke ball, I mean, that's your difference right there. 38-17, one of the most explosive first half performances we've seen offensively in this tournament. And the last one, one of them we had, Duke played very well. They put up 40. I said that they would try and get this closer to 10 points, not closer to 20. So the Crimson Tide have a lot of work to do, but they do start the second half with possession. They're down 18 points here, 38-20. The shot over a couple of defenders is good, 38-22. Nice block on the perimeter. Alabama's got to be careful. That's the spot. Sometimes you can just kind of see that they're a step too far up the floor. And they start swiveling back and forth. Center caught and tried to throw it out, but stolen away by Duke. Ooh. Again, real dangerous. There's a nice find inside. Crisp pass. The lead is 16. 8:40 to go here in the second half. Likely it'll be a little bit quieter as they prepare for the championship game. It's a lot of talking. Woe is me, I know. Knocked away. It'll say Duke ball over here. Interesting pass all the way across the floor, and they try to come back across the floor, but it's tipped by the Crimson Tide. Trying to find some room, blocked in on the inside. Bama making some nice plays here. Looks like they're going to run that three-point play. Clear. And they've cut it down to 13. +5 here so far in the second half. I'm a little confused what happened. Like the Crimson Tide waiting for the steal as they were going up with the ball. Not a good response there from Duke. A pretty nice response there by Bama. They'll cut it to 14. Duke gets it up and gets it good in between a couple of defenders, and that lead right back to 16. Quick passes inside. The center fouled on the way up. Gets the basket and the call. Polishes off a three-point play. Alabama working with a little bit of backcourt pressure. Nice play inside, split between 3 defenders. Duke cut off to just such a hot start. They can kind of just ride that. If they keep them at a distance, they'll be totally fine and be able to pick up 3rd place in this year's tournament. Coming up just short. Both teams actually just coming up just short against their previous opponents. Did I write the score wrong for the Duke-Louisville game? Whatever. I mean, Louisville won. It's like 46-33. I don't think it was a 13-point game. Unless Duke just fell apart. I thought it was closer. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm thinking of the Arizona game. We've had some good ones today. The Arizona game would probably be a top 5 candidate. The Alabama-Arkansas game might be a top 5 candidate. I don't think we have a ton of like super great games, but I think what I'll probably do is I might seed everybody next time around. We'll probably retire Louisville, seed all of the teams. Would mean Duke would finish, should the result hold, Duke would finish just a whole elephant. Average finish, and then average points as like a kind of a tiebreaker. 3-second violation, Duke ball. We don't see those a lot. Of course, it would happen to Alabama down 13 points. That's a big 3 for Duke, but they can't get it. Oh, they get the offensive rebound, though. Free throw is off the mark. Duke left it a little bit short, 12-point game. There's a nice shot inside, and Alabama's closed this lead down to 10. Getting interesting here, perhaps. 47-37, 4:32 to go. Plenty of time for the Crimson Tide to make a move. There's a healthy block, though it is knocked out of bounds. Stolen away. A nice job by Alabama. Not giving up, not quitting. Quick passes inside. Duke gets the block and comes away with the loose ball on the fast break. Trying to drive to the basket. Can't get the block. Ooh. Just got thrown out of bounds, and it's Duke ball. Well, they at least tried to make it interesting, but they're starting to fall apart a little bit here. That's not what you want to see. Blocked at the perimeter. That's a good play. Trying to work the way around toward the basket. Can't get it to drop, but will go to the line to shoot two. Ten-point game. Duke, I thought Duke had what they were looking for on the interior, but didn't go with it. Off the front iron, no good, but put back beautiful. 51-39 with 3:18 to go. Nice block there by the Blue Devils, and that was what Alabama really struggled with down the stretch, was getting their shots blocked. It's a big three for Alabama. Thought that might get stuffed back in their face at the three-point line. Defensive foul, second personal foul. And we'll stay with the Blue Devils. Oh, that's not a good three-point try. Come on, Bama. There's another bad shot. 7 blocks for the center. I presume that it would be the away team and the home team top to bottom. Big jam there. Alabama was able to close it to 10, but they have kind of fallen apart from there. Not having good shot selection on offense and bad defensive possessions. This one feels like it's been out of reach for a while. You're kind of looking at a Duke team that's done that before, where they get out to a big lead and their second half isn't quite as impressive. There's a three for the Blue Devils. No good. Left short, left short, left short. Finally got it 4 times. They put the ball up and they get it in on the 4th try. Oh, they called the timeout. I thought they stepped out of bounds. They got a nice block, and I assumed it was going to be out of bounds. The game is pretty good about quickly calling timeouts as soon as they gain possession. Only one turnover for Duke in the first half. Those are some pretty impressive stats. Pretty turnover-free game. It's been a block party, though. As the final seconds tick away in this one, game number 63 in the books. It's Duke 53, Bama 43. Likely won't see a final shot here. It is really interesting to watch how often they pass, though, because it could lead to some silliness. And that will do it. I don't need to input the score. I'll make a note here, just in case. Hi, would you like to open the fucking thing? I don't know why it's pinned. I don't need it pinned. Oh, it's not pinned. Key games? Is that a thing? Okay. Let's go. Third place. Duke 53. Alabama 43. And that will do it. Exit, quit game, and we are set and ready to go for the championship bout. It is Arkansas. It is Louisville. We will be playing this game in Arkansas. Oh, Sparty, I sure picked you to go far, didn't I? Like a gosh darn bozo. The Razorbacks will host the Louisville Cardinals. For all the marbles, this is our championship game. The 14th ranked team in the country taking on the unranked Arkansas Razorbacks. They should be the #1 team ever made because goodness gracious. Ugh. So far we've used March Madness 2005, 2009, 06 twice, 07 once. And we've used March Madness 2005 twice as well. Louisville, 3-time defending champion, giving up points on the interior. Go Razorbacks, go. Break this cursed streak. As I take a brief look here. It's like they beat Kansas. Florida was in the third place game. Did I have that written down anywhere? Oh, the third place match is at the bottom. Did I not include that? Is that the problem? I didn't. Oh, darn. There's a 3 for Arkansas. Now, we've seen Arkansas... We've seen Louisville, fall behind early before, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter to that team. Oh, shoot, I forgot to put a third place match. Right. Louisville, UCLA, the second place runner-up last time. Florida, 5-1. Ohio State, 5-1. There's a steal. Memphis, 4-2. And just like that, 5-4. Arizona State won. They beat Syracuse. And then in the original tournament, Duke took out Alabama. So Alabama just does not play well against Duke. And Louisville finished the third place game. This is the weird tournament where Louisville scored in the final 4, scored 24 points, which is odd. There's a big 3 for Arkansas. They're going to need that 3-point shooting to keep strong throughout this game. 8-4 start. You can see what Louisville wants to do. They create the turnovers, they get the points, they cut that lead from 5 points to 1 point in a matter of the blink of an eye, it feels. There's a big 3 for the Louisville Cardinals. And it's 8-7. The full court press is on against this Arkansas team. And there's the steal. Kind of slow. I'm a little surprised at how, I don't know if ineffective that was, but how that was run was not what I was expecting out of Louisville. They do get the jam home, and they'll cut it down to a 1. Or they'll take the lead on that. Sorry. And that's where it gets so hard as a commentator, is you look away for a second to make sure you're on the right tab, and all of a sudden Instead of a 3-point deficit, it's a 1-point lead. Arkansas with another turnover. That's going to be a foul. No basket, so 2 from the line. Oh, that's a bad pass. Louisville gets in the way, deflects it out of bounds. Oh my goodness. A little surprised that shot was actually up and good. They're getting the bounces that they kind of need when they're playing a team like Louisville. They need when they get the shots blocked or when it gets tipped, it's got to go out of bounds and stay with them. They have to be able to get loose balls. Oh, there you go. Oh my goodness. How are they so good? There's a big 3 from Arkansas. Starting to get into the flow from deep a little bit earlier in the games. They have us knotted up at 13 now. It's a good start for the Arkansas Razorbacks. That's a nice block on the perimeter. See how aggressive Arkansas wants to be. They slow down a little bit. Oh, that's a bad block. That's a real bad block. It was slow. It wasn't run very well. There's a nice bounce pass inside. They find a little bit of room and able to get through that defense. We saw them be very effective. 6 consecutive shots made. They're ignoring the blocked shots. They are shooting 75% from the field. That is good, but they can't give up shots like that on the defensive end. They get a little lucky as that 2-pointer was a little strong. They took a step inside the 3-point line. And there's a nice kiss off the glass, up and in. We've seen Arkansas be so effective in the paint. Might have a shot if they can keep that aggression. Foul on Arkansas. Louisville to the line to shoot 2. Second team foul. First personal. Oh, and the free throw is missed. Second free throw might be the more important free throw to make. If you're going to miss the first one. That way you can still set up your defense. Arkansas dices through it pretty cleanly. Into the corner. They're going with a 3-point specialist. He buries it. Hand in the face did not matter. Arkansas up 6. The shot is up, but a foul is called. First free throw made by Louisville. 20-15. The second free throw is up and good. 20-16. Arkansas leads. They are getting rid of the ball. They are getting it up the floor quick. They are driving into the paint. Kind of got backed out a little bit. Spin move. Finds someone outside. Oh, that was a disastrous play right there. There was no clear lane. There was way too much traffic in the paint, and that's what happens when you do that. Blocking the shot by Louisville. It'll stay on this end of the floor. Louisville again will keep possession of the ball. Sliced and diced through that defense. I don't know how they got that shot up and good. There were so many Razorbacks in the way. But they find the soft spot. I love the aggression that Arkansas is working with, just getting the ball up the floor as quickly as possible. Reset on the other end, that's fine. I think that should be tipped by Louisville. They'll stay with the Razorbacks. Stepped out of bounds. Okay, fantastic. Just walked on the baseline bandit. The baseline bandit steals yet another possession. It's a big rebound for the Louisville Cardinals as they're able to jam it home and pick up 2 more to tie this game at 20. 4:15 to go here. I like when Arkansas is a little more aggressive, trying to get out of this full court press, trap, whatever it's called. Whatever nightmare defense they run that this game does not understand how to counter. That's a nice basket, up and in, gets the foul call. And they will go to the line to try and complete the 3-point play. Oh, they leave it off the front iron. That is just terrific defense. Wow, what a closeout there. Saw exactly what they wanted to do, timed it perfectly, and got the block beyond the arc. Arkansas working it inside yet again. Stay on this end of the floor as it's blocked out of bounds. Okay, and they threw an interception immediately. Immediately a turnover. There's a big 3 for Louisville off the right iron. No good, but the center is there for the putback. There were 2 Razorbacks in the area, but no one could come up with that loose ball. Bricks that one off the back iron. Back the other way with Louisville driving inside. I'm going to call a out of bounds. That was a very weird call. I thought it was going to maybe be a foul. I thought maybe a goaltending, but out of bounds is a surprising turn of events in favor of the Arkansas Razorbacks, who go for that alley-oop. They find the clearance, and it is jammed home to push this lead to 2. And by push this lead, I mean regain the lead. I thought they were already up 2. I thought they were going to be up 4. It doesn't matter. There's that pass inside. Fights through a little bit of contact as the Razorback gets kind of knocked out of the way. Louisville up and in, 24 all. That's a nice shot right there. Working some fancy moves. Bounce pass inside. Their defense on the interior letting a little too much in, if you ask me, but they're doing a good job responding on the other end of the floor. And good aggression here. Usually what happens is, especially like NCAA 07, because I think Michigan State runs a full court press in that game as well. There's a person that hovers in the middle of the floor and they end up with a lot of takeaways. The big difference is that they're not overthrowing the ball. Nice little alley layup there. Off the glass and good. The passes are deep down the floor, but they're accurate, and that's a big win if you're the Arkansas Razorbacks. Again, though, the defense on the interior really lacking. They're continually out of position. 12 points for number 34. They're blocked at the perimeter. Well, they passed it back. Kind of gave Arkansas a little bit of a break there by not pushing the ball up the floor. Number 34 looking for some points. Off the front iron, no good, but the offensive rebound gathered by Louisville. A blocked shot, and Arkansas finally comes away with a loose ball. No, tipped but caught by Arkansas. That is a deep three, and they get it to go. The friendly home roll gives them the lead by 3. Good offensive output by both of these teams. The defenses have had some lapses here and there. That's a short shot there. Shot clock is off. 22 seconds to go here. There's a big 3 for Louisville, but it doesn't go. The tip in, no good. Arkansas comes away with the ball and a 3-point lead. Pass past the half-court line. The mid-range jumper is good, and the final seconds tick away. Louisville finds themselves trailing at the break. But they get the ball first. 33-28 our score in our championship game. The Razorbacks with an excellent first half. And shockingly effective from beyond the arc, somewhere they weren't particularly good at throughout most of the tournament. It's a little more what we're used to on both sides of the ball. Not a great looking shot from Arkansas from downtown, and a block on the perimeter from the Louisville Cardinals. Turnover goes to them, and it's turned right back over. Nice job by Arkansas to take that ball right back. You can see where they wanted to go. The interior defense for Arkansas has let a lot of points through. That's a foul. The three-pointer is missed off the front iron, and they will go to the line to shoot. 3 free throws, excuse me. Second free throw is up and good. And they get all 3. Lead is 8. 36-28. They're going to apply a little pressure in the backcourt, but nobody runs it like Louisville does in this game. Michigan State kind of runs it in, I want to say 07? And it might be, honestly, more effective. There's a nice block shot in Arkansas. Arkansas giving us hope. I don't know what the center is doing. That was nearly a 10-second backcourt violation because they just kept jamming on the right stick. There's a throw inside, looking for a little bit of room. Foul! No. Shot no good. This is the first free throw off the right iron. The second free throw is true. Lead is 9. 37-28. Contested shot no good, and Louisville just can't seem to get into a rhythm. Those were the shots that we saw dropping frequently in previous games for them. Maybe make sure they are in the road team the entire time. Oh, Arkansas dangerously close to the baseline. Bandit can't put the basket away. With some nice moves, finally was able to get something that got the defender to bite one way enough to find a little room, but just too strong on the shot attempt. Louisville comes back down the floor. Gets a 2, and then they turn the ball over and immediately get 2 more. It's just, they are right in front of you. They almost got it again. There's a great play by Arkansas again. I've talked about it before. I'm sure I'll mention it again before the game is over. That is terrific aggression, getting the ball up the floor, out of that disgusting full court press. There's a clean-looking three for the Louisville Cardinals, and that'll slice into that lead a little bit. I believe it cuts it down to 4, 39-35, 7:17 to go here in the second half. There's, again, good aggression. And they're not able to put it away that time, but I like it. Tipped and knocked away. That's going to be an offensive foul. Okay, yeah, of course. Maybe the first one we've actually seen called today, and of course it's an offensive foul. And who does it benefit? That's right, Louisville. Yay. Ooh, a little move there did something, but I don't know if it was blocked or what was happening. Bounce pass inside off the left hand, isn't good. That is their bread and butter. That's what they've been so good at. Good to see them keep going with it. So it looks like the best and most complete Arkansas team that we've seen, especially today. They've been good on the interior. They've been good from the perimeter. And that's going to go out of bounds. It looked like it should have been pretty easy, clean look, but rattles off the rim, hits the top of the backboard, and new. Arkansas comes away with the ball in a 6-point lead. Under 6 to go in the second half. Driving into the paint. Fouled on the way up, going to the line to shoot 2. Number 34 picks up their second personal, third team foul of the second half. And there is a big shot. Lead back out to 8. Defensive foul. Second personal, second team foul. That shot is left short. Rebound, Arkansas. There's a nice little mid-range jumper. The lead is 10. Hit the iron a couple of times and falls out. 45-35. First free throw is good. Oh, but the second one is no good. The offensive rebound. Blocked and then blocked again, and they come away with the basket, the center. Trying to take it coast to coast, but it looked like it put a little hip in there. Power step, and it was a big block. That was a monster block on the interior by the Louisville Cardinals. Good job by Arkansas. I got a little cluttered there. See if we can spread the floor out. Bounce pass inside the center. Beats the defender and pushes the lead out to 11. 47-36, 4:35 to go here in the second half. Has our reign of terror finally ended? It sounded more like Mayor Quibby than I anticipated. That's a big three from Louisville. Gonna cut it down to 8, and Arkansas just let that happen. Louisville not seeming to be as aggressive on the defensive side as they're going up the floor. That looked pretty easy, which is not something that you typically say when the Louisville Cardinals are on the defense, especially with the full court press. Nice defensive possession there by Louisville. There's a three, short. It's blocked outside. Trying to run, power step, flip up and good. Arkansas might need a timeout here. I'd like to see the computer use timeouts more frequently, and that almost got stolen. And that's where it gets so dangerous when you play Louisville. Is you're up 10 And then, bam, you're up 3. Worked all the way around. They're going to call a defensive foul. Arkansas will go to the line to shoot 2. I don't love the possession there. It does result in at least some free throw attempts, but you're really relying on the refs to call something there. It's a bad shot. Left off the front iron. They're going to get the jam home. Huge three-point play to push this lead back out to 9, 50-41. As we hit 3 minutes to go in our championship match. Left floating to the left. An offensive rebound. No defender decided to get into a position there. The lead is 7. Turned over. Driving inside. Louisville got it. Oh my gosh. Arkansas. Get away from the sideline. Please. It's a 5-point Arkansas lead. Driving inside. Foul on the way up. That is the 5th team foul they have called on Louisville. Arkansas makes the first. They got a huge three-point play last time. They were down off of some free throws. That time they just take the 2. 7-point lead with 2:25. Nice block. Louisville, though, that's Louisville doing Louisville things right there, where it's a good defensive play by Arkansas. They still somehow come up with the loose ball and make the shot easy peasy. They are in probably the perfect striking distance, 5 points. There's the bounce pass inside. You got to kick it out for the 3. No, you're going to go inside and get blocked. That's a huge 3. Louisville, they were down 9 moments ago, and they're down 2. Arkansas seems pretty content here. That's a terrible 3. That is a god-awful 3. You're a team that does not shoot 3s, and you're going for that in that situation? 2-point game. Oh, it's a huge turnover. That is a ginormous turnover. You are not a 3-point specialist team. You get your points inside. No, rebound. Rebound to Louisville. There's a 3 for the Cardinals. They got it. They're unbeatable. Louisville was down by as many as 11. They have stormed back. And again, we see a timeout that leads to just a terrible play. He's right in front of you. He's in front of you, right in front of you. What are you doing? So now they're down 3. Oh, they're going to get the foul on the 3-point shot. Oh, you missed the second. You can't have that. They make the third, 35.8, so we'll see some intentional fouling here. I guess, maybe not. You're only down 1. Hello? Hello? They wasted 10 seconds for literally no reason. And it's weird because Louisville's the only team that gets consistent steals from the person guarding the inbounder. Everybody else just goes like, yeah, you can go in. So here's the 1-and-1. They do have the center at the free throw line, which is kind of ideal. But it's also Louisville, so it's not ideal. Okay, Arkansas, you gotta go. You gotta go, you gotta go. You're gonna do it again. You're gonna ruin what could have been a fun finish. Alright, well. Congratulations to Louisville on winning yet another Tournament of Champions. And we'll end the tournament. I am so upset. That's 2 or 3 times now that we've seen teams just not do anything. That might actually have been the reason that I moved away from this game and I did not realize it. That is such a disappointing way to end these tournaments, to end these games. They should be fantastic, fun finishes. It's a great comeback by Louisville. They were down by as many as 11. They are unbeatable. I do not understand what it is about their team that specifically just destroys hope for everyone else. But that is a truly terrible way for this to end. And that is such a bummer. I'm not even mad that Louisville win. Louisville won. They will be retired. They are 24-0 in their last games. I can't do it anymore. I'm tired of talking about them. So we'll sub some other teams in. We can take a look. We have like the Sam Houston State Bearcats. They could be a good option to throw in there. The St. Joseph's Hawks. They aren't in the tournament. The Boilermakers. I mean, maybe they're kind of a humanoid, but they kind of hit that. They're awful. I don't like looking at them, but they are kind of in that Michigan State spot of at least trying to not be just a human. We have the Ole Miss Rebels. Cowboys aren't terrible. There are some other teams that we can substitute in. We might take some bad teams and eliminate them. Take a good team. It's been a great run for Louisville. That was genuinely a good comeback. It's just unfortunate that Arkansas ended in that spot. And it's the second time that we saw it against Louisville. We saw it with Arizona as well. We kind of saw it with Alabama at the end of that game as well, where it's like, you can't take a 2. Like, I just don't know. The game is just kind of broken. The game is broken in ways that makes some of these fun finishes not happen, and that is unfortunate. Louisville is now a 4-time champion. I have only run 6 tournaments, and they have won 4 of them. They are the most frustrating team to watch. They don't do anything special. They really don't. The other teams just are terrible against them. And we've only seen them lose twice, I think, in all time. And I think one time they got 3rd place, and another time I don't even remember. So there you go. One time they might have gotten eliminated in like the Sweet 16 or maybe the Elite 8 or something like that, so they didn't have to play the 3rd place game. But Louisville wins by 3. It's a big bummer that that's the way that it goes. I might have to do more research and see if there's a game that kind of hits like the sweet spot. I wonder if I can find a guide or something that has sliders that balances things out a little bit better. Because the full court presses really cause a lot of problems for the teams that are playing them. But unfortunate that it ended in that manner with the team just dribbling the ball. And then when the 3 seconds hits, it's a terrible shot with someone who shouldn't be taking it. But that's how it goes. I love doing this. I hope you enjoy watching it. I hate Louisville. I hate them so much. I am so tired of them. I am exhausted. They are. Let me see if I can pull the record for them. They are the team that by far I have called the most games of. Like without question. Let's see. How do I end the tournament? Once you have reviewed the results and made the final edits. Oh, is there a way to do... Can I input a third place game, or is that like... Or can I edit... Oh, I can edit the scores. Oh, interesting. Reopen. Challenge. Is there a way to add it? Standings. Oh, that's interesting. There's like a whole standings thing. There's 32 teams. Technically, 32 teams tied for 7th. Which is pretty funny. Interesting. I want predictions, announcements, log, participants. Settings. Is there a way to add a third place game? Perchance. March Madness. Format. Points increased. Generate, allow. No. Advanced options. Permissions notification. Miscellaneous. No. No. I don't even remember where you put the third place game in at all. Enable single 2-stage format. Yeah, I don't see where the third place match is. They're on the other ones, but they aren't on this one. Sorry, I'm taking a long time to outro this video. I will be back next year with another brand new tournament for you. 64 participants. It'll be happening throughout the month of March 2025. If you'd like to see that, I know it's a long time away, but you can subscribe right over here. You can hit the bell down below. You'll be notified when I post new videos. You can watch more March Mascot and September Mascot Madness, as these are all the tournament gameplays right here. You can check out the baseball playlist that posts at 6 p.m. Pacific time right here on the channel. Keep an eye out. It'll be around the end of January, early February. I'll do a bracket reveal stream. We'll do maybe like a best of series that we talk about some of the stuff. I might try to run the tournaments on Twitch to see if that'll generate interest from anybody. And you'll have all kinds of opportunities to catch up. We'll do a hype stream. We'll do bracket reveals, and we'll have some fun with it. So you'll have all kinds of time to be able to participate. Congratulate Louisville, because that's the last time we're ever going to see them. And maybe we'll take a look at some of the other games, and maybe we could run tournaments in different games and see kind of how it balances out. That might be a good way to do it. So check back for random stuff throughout the day and throughout the week. Again, subscribe over here. Tournaments, stuff. Thanks a lot for watching. Good sports, go teams, and we'll see you next year for March Mascot Madness 5. Goodbye.